G'day, guys. Happy New Year to everyone. Yes, I just replied to Hello Kitty because she was basically asking me, "Do I want some bloody brownies?" And she made some keto ones or whatever. Plus, I had a phone call before. People find the most inappropriate times to contact me, but anyway, shit happens. Um, yeah, where was I? Now, obviously, we missed quite a few people here. So there's a few stragglers along. So I'll just and we've got a few there early. Nobody reads the restream. The product doesn't show early comments. Thanks, Richard. Pretty much everybody just ignores that, if you've noticed. So it's just and really, I want to get my 2 cents in. So Bird actually says he's always Harry always charges up with ice cream before the stream. Oh God, yeah. If I have any, I'll have to wait on Hello Kitty to make me some. So I'm not allowed to eat the other stuff. Yes, so I get a few comments. It's all about chocolate ice cream and all that sort of stuff. I only made him some chocolate ice cream the other day. There you go. Yeah, her comment. Okay, let's get started. Better put my yes. As long as it works, keep it. you can you can't chase the technology. No, what was that all about? Um, more concrete blocks tomorrow and orchards. Um, anyway, I have no idea. I'm not going to try and work that one out. Yes, good to see Sammy again. I only made him. Yep, yes, you did. You won't believe this. I haven't even touched it yet. I forgot all about it. Can you believe that? You know, tomorrow, 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 definitely. After my long walk, when I go up, because I was going to go, but then it was raining, so I didn't. So I'm going to do my long walk up. Would you like to join me? It's a long walk. Ease up the hill and into the reserve. In with the animals. Should know by now. Don't say that, Bird. Don't say that. Free food. Don't knock it back. Don't damage it for me. Uh, yeah, I did get the text message. Another delay. Yes, is the operative word. I will test it for you. Yes, yeah, I need an extra dose just to make sure that I can test it, thoroughly and basically validate that it's good or not. G'day, Neff again. And Angela, thank you for the donation, my dear. I better get down to you. Thank you very much for the €20. Zoom Fund contribution with thanks. Happy New Year, all. Thank you very much. And oops. Yep, I was there before. Yep. Keep on going. Stefan, good to see you, mate. You're welcome, and Happy New Year to you as well. Yes, obviously. oh well, you try everything. I did have an earlier call, but so that's the only reason. And then I sort of remembered, oh damn, I need to shut the window, pull the curtains and all that, and do all that sort of stuff and whatever. Yeah, and that's the other thing I bloody forgot. Forgot to turn on the light because it'll actually go dark in here. So much amateur time. So, I was going to say so much amateur time in here, but anyway, we're getting with it. I did make my milky whatever. Yep, baby needs his evening milk. Yes. Okay. Oh, they're not. I'll try keto one. What the heck? Out of curiosity. Well, wait. You got to have some self-control. I know, Richard, you have, if something goes bad, you've got no self-control. But I have acquired self-control in recent times, so, if I hear goats or I hear anything, I sort of restrain myself nowadays, or, one has to control oneself. One can't just allow the reptilian brain to take over all functions and all behaviors. Oh, nice one. uh, Retreating out of that rapidly, I see. G'day, Alex. Good to see you, mate. And oh yeah, hope they are. Hope you enjoyed it. She's actually now learnt to use duck fat, the French duck fat that I get as well, and she's actually trying. She loves it. Yes, until somebody tries it. Once you go duck, you never go back. Anyway, move on before I say too many corny, stupid things. No, don't you sleep, Angela Pierce? Don't you sleep? No, well, some people on this channel. Well, I'm a night owl, and it seems quite a few others are as well. I could be late at night after 12, and there are still people appearing on, and we're talking about when they should be asleep. So yes, interesting crowd. We all follow circadian rhythms, I notice. God. Yes. Yes, I know. I watched your video about L-Reuteri and testosterone. Very interesting. What do you think about DHEA? It's said to be a good thing for testosterone and libido in us aging men. Yeah, it is, but I have some concerns about, sort of playing around with male hormones. I like to use things like choline to sort of to deal with xenoestrogens, and when you've got too much of that in your system because of different environmental factors that could actually raise it, or other factors. But playing around with I prefer giving the body the nutrition that it wants and allowing the body to sort of regulate that sort of stuff. I wouldn't take human growth hormone or any of these sort of things. I believe that having the nutrition to support the actual body. There may be special cases for these sort of things when people have certain medical conditions, but I don't think it's required for the general public. No, I would not. I would rather, do other things. There are mental things that you can do to actually increase your testosterone. You can, basically calming yourself with taurine and actually um, doing actions, certain exercise. Exercise will actually increase your testosterone. All these sort of things have a positive effect that actually, you know, taking responsibility for things, manning up, so to speak, that actually also boosts testosterone. So there's a lot of things. It's not only the diet, it's also your psychology, your behavior, and stuff like that. It's, the brain body connection is there. So it's really important that you basically are in tune with your body, your physicality, you feel good about yourself. That also will increase testosterone as a male. All those, being confident, strong, um, you know, those sort of things. So it is where a lot of people think there's a magic pill for everything. So yeah, it things like that have their place, but I'm not a big fan, to be honest. Okay, did he? Okay. I don't know what's happening at the moment. There was not a lot of information today from the minister on that front. So, do not know with the sort of foods you. uh, no, she doesn't. Okay. Have to go to work now. Fair enough, Alex. Thanks for dropping in, mate, and saying hello. Don't forget to hit the like button before you go, mate. Take care, and yeah, thanks for listening. The car, and I hope you have a good day at work, and happy New Year to you, mate. Yeah, it's nice when people turn up, have it, drop in, even though they've got work and other things, So they go out of their way to turn up. You have to thank them. Um, He asked me carefully, don't get the virus. I told him, find his own accommodation because I might have the virus. Was he visiting or something? Oh, coming down from from the north? Okay. You take in too many stragglers. Yes. But anyway. Oh, exactly. Exactly. Exactly what a neighbour's for. Yes, yes. No, you look. You can get infected multiple times, like the flu. It's a coronavirus. Any coronavirus is a common cold, the flu. You can get multiple times infected. It's a corona. Any coronavirus, you can be multiple times, and because it mutates, you can be affected differently or whatever. The whole thing is with coronaviruses, you just need to maintain a good immune system, good T lymphocyte, taurine, meat, basically, and vitamin D. Simple, nothing complicated. If it's very, very simple, but you can, and even if you've had a close encounter with Jabba the Hutt, you can still basically. Okay, so the N1 got approved and supplied in EU. They apparently had supply issues as government wants all the doses up front. Hopefully, they can do other places now. Okay. So, yes, there's been just too many bloody delays. That's for a number of reasons, which has been very, very damn annoying. Um, what do you want about, Roy? Slow and easy way. Get your head out of the gutter, Richard. Trouble. Good to see you here. Well, here's a doc. He should know about low carbon Neve. Yes. How dare he question me? Are you still talking to that twat? You showed me last time what he had actually said. He's a twat. God almighty. Mm-hmm. Yes, duck fat. Yes, great stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm going to float quickly before they realise. Get to the bottom. Uh, yep, no magic pill. Exactly, Chris. Absolutely no magic pill. Everybody wants the magic pill. Give me the magic pill and hand me over all your money. That's basically what they're actually saying. Yes, yes. Low libido is actually a good thing. No, no, so much along when you're single, but the ladies start complaining when you're in a relationship. Hmm. Yes, you need to acquire a good friend called Ruteri. Oops, oops, oops. Oh, I missed Cecile, didn't I? Cecily, how are you? Good to see you. I just jumped right over you. Good for good that Mousy basically pointed you out, and I reminded me. I'm back again, Jonathan. Good to see you, mate. Elith, good to see you. Well, I can see the doc. I'll have an argument. Yes, you will. Like you had the other argument with the other person, remember? That was scathing. Do you really want to have these arguments online with people? Anyway, I'll leave you with it. David, how are you? Does shop bought kefir that is made from pasteurized milk have the health benefits from the bacterial at all? No, not really. We prefer making our own. We get raw milk, and then we actually put the kefir in it and create our own kefir milk that way. So there you get um, the the active kefir sort of thing. We actually found it. There was up here. We actually found it from a supplier. So if you go to one of the alternative type shops that actually naturopaths and people like that go to, you can actually get real actual the granules of kefir, and you can actually put them into raw milk. That's if you can get raw milk. If you can't get raw milk, get that and get a complex of lactobacillus and stuff like that of a lot of different strains. Stick them in there, um, and that'll help along. But it's not as good as having the raw milk if you can get it. Now, I have heard that some men use alternative means from pregnant women. I know, shocking, isn't it? I better move on before I say too much about that. Yes, yes, yes. Someone with culture to make you your own, exactly. You still can get it. Finding a live, yeah. Hardest part is finding the live culture. Yeah, we were able to find it from somebody in Newtown, but yeah, it is hard to find. You have to find the specialist shops. Some of the like yeah, it's sort of health food type shops and all that sometimes do acquire that sort of stuff. So you got to look around. I have not looked online to know, so I'm not sure, but I suspect it should be. I wouldn't be surprised. It was Elon Musk who said it is a clip, and I was thinking AI can fake videos. I could do anything. um, this isn't real. I just got a YouTube notification. Oh, wonderful, aren't they? 22 minutes later. God, fantastic, isn't it? Trouble. Yes, yes. The algorithm really helps. Really helps. So yes, yes. Wacky Grandma. Yep. Is it the new one? Is you're not? Are you really Wacky Toaster? And you've changed yourself, or you're somebody else? Welcome if you're somebody else, and welcome even if you're not. Good evening. What is everything we can do in this day and age to minimize the damage of glyphosate? Thank you. Don't eat it. Just don't eat it, is the simple question. Well, you could use a sort of a choline supplement, additional choline to methylate part of that away, remove it. But really, obviously maintaining a healthy body can sort of reduce the problem, but ultimately it's just avoiding it is pretty much it. Having an animal-based diet tends to avoid the overwhelming majority. You get very little. It's plants that pretty much are the vehicle of that you get it into the system, unfortunately, and it does act as an antibiotic, which ain't good at all. And you're welcome. Yes. Oops. Yes, yes. Yep. All these about us around the community, much easier. That's I suspect about the kefir stuff. Yep. Previous one was Neff that was talking about the other stuff about the community notifications. Don't shop. Get not sure about all that. Okay. Yep. Yeah. If you can find somebody that's actually got the stuff, yeah, very easy in that regard. Look, it's fine, but you'll get actually far more from raw milk. You still get you'll still get benefits. I know a lot of people that have actually used it and actually improved their digestion just with pasteurized milk and live kefir. Yes, it's still good, but raw milk is the next level sort of thing if you can get it. But if you can't, getting the live culture is better than nothing. It's still going to be, probably 70% there. That extra 30% will come from the raw milk. So the additional benefits of the lactoferrin and other strains that may be in there that may not be, generated from just a kefir. So you'll get a richer diversity. Jonathan, I used to manage the best health food shop in the south of England. We only ever had one pouch of kefir grains at any one time. Never ever bought them either. Yeah. Well, probably back in those days it was less well known. Nowadays more people know about it. And so it's, sort of health food places tend to have more of it. Yes. Nowadays. There's nothing wrong with asking. You can actually get call the places and just ask them, "Do you have it?" Sometimes you can Google it with your locality, and sometimes people promote it on their website or their Facebook page or whatever, and that's how you can find out who's got it and who doesn't. So there's always options of basically, yep. Yes, yes. Oh, can't believe it. I'm at the bottom. I better take a sip of milk. Mm. Ah, yes. This baby needs his milk. He's a growing lad. Used to bring only 2. Okay. Used to be being only 2 years ago. Okay. Yep. It depends where you are. God, go get the brownies. Hey, I'll be going late and knocking on the door. Where's the brownies? Luckily, we just live right next to each other. Next shop question: steaks that are molded in plastic. They are often light red and darker red ones. I used to go to the darker ones. I heard light red means inflamed meat. Really? Maybe. I don't know. Never really looked at that. To be honest, I usually get grass-fed, grass-finished primarily. Very rarely do I get any of the other stuff unless there's nothing around, and it's usually, well, in Tasmania, pretty much all of it. As long as you get Tasmanian, you're pretty lucky. You're going to be guaranteed you're going to get grass-fed, grass-finished. It's a bit like New Zealand. We've got plenty of grass here. And if it's from the northwest or King Island or places like that, it's only grass fed, so you don't have to worry about it at all. So I never really looked at it in that regard, but obviously something that has better colour. Yep. There can be other reasons why you can get discoloration of meat. It could be out. It may not be, the refrigeration may not be as good. There's a whole lot of factors that can play. So, and sometimes people can put other things to basically alter it in some way. So who knows? Or use a preservative because it's a bit old. So there can be other reasons why it looks a certain way. It doesn't mean that it was actually bad. It's just basically discoloured slightly because it's been there for a bit longer. So there can be other reasons. So I'm not really sure in that regard. I usually ask get it in, or if I'm getting it off from a butcher, it usually looks pretty good. I think it's only an issue with the supermarkets in that regard. Yep. There are sites, like you mentioned over here, which make it easy to find raw milk and obscure carnivorous foods. Okay, that's good to know. Just put in your location, Jonathan, so people know exactly where you are. So if they're in your locality, they can actually check out and look for those sort of avenues to pursue. Thank you. Oh, God. Hey, we're talking about brownies here. You did offer. G'day, Dylan. Happy New Year to you as well, mate. Aged meat is usually darker. Yep. More yellow the fat, the more rich in nutrition it is. Yep. Definitely. Well, yellow indicates grass-fed, grass-finished. The yellower it is, yes, it is richer in nutrition. And the darker the actual grass, so it's richer in omega-3s and stuff like that, tends to, and also vitamin D, it tends to be darker, the yellow, deeper the yellow. Yep. That as well, that is true. And the age thing, yes, when it gets darker, it is an indication of age. When it's redder, it indicates freshness. But discoloration, even if it's fresh, could be because the fridge is not basically cold enough or stuff like that. So it's probably, probably not the best to buy if it's in that case. If it's been in an open fridge for too long. Depends. Yes, I joined pain since New Year after the champagne and some of the food we had. Man, pain in real. Get some opiate today, sadly. Okay. Yes. I had champagne, but no pains in that regard. So, yes, I do encourage Dad to not to do certain things. Yes, certain people that have a more susceptibility to that. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, look, some people are more susceptible to things like compounds, plant compounds in the actual alcohol that can actually affect their joints. So a bit more susceptible than others. Depends. Meat colour changes upon differently when meat is sealed. Gas flushing is also a component sometimes. Yeah, that's as well. There's a lot of factors. There's so many factors and variations. Usually, if you go to a good butcher and buy stuff, you're less likely to get, and even the IGA stores, a lot of them are actually they're either from the butchers, like down in Signet, or they're basically from the butchers, the German guys down in Salamanca. So they're a pretty good product in that regard. So yes, you do pay a few extra dollars per kilo, but at least you're getting a pretty good product in that regard. Harry Davidson, I'd love some bullet points on how did you manage to get rid of oxalates and its effects. Thank you. I actually pretty much didn't go exactly got cold turkey. I actually did it like a on off thing. I didn't do it in one hit because that could be quite damaging to your kidneys. So I basically took all the oxalate foods out, including coffee, and allowed for the dumping. And I actually used citric acid supplementation. Some cannot tolerate it, as I learned. Hello Kitty hates the supplement, so she's gone back to using lemons because it's just too hard. And so, yeah, you got to use a bit more lemon. A couple of lemons, like 2 lemons a day, if you're really dumping. And the juice from the lemons, so to help with the citric acid, you can also use a bit of apple cider vinegar, but that's a problem with your teeth as well, enamel. So you sort of really have to rinse your teeth if you're doing that sort of stuff. That helps a bit as well. Also, you need to basically replenish the sulfur amino acids, because you will deplete sulfur amino acids. A good strategy is also to get a bit of calcium in those. Eat a bit more so you can bind it and get rid of it via the feces. So there's a number of strategies, but it takes patience, and you dump for a week, and then you basically start eating something with an oxalate in it to stop the dumping. And then you basically have a rest for 2 weeks, and then you do it again. So it can be a drawn out sort of situation. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'd have to take all oxalates out in order to allow the body to naturally dump. And I tell you, when you take all the oxalates out, Richard, you will notice you will dump quite severely, and you'll get foamy urine and stuff like that. So, and you'll get pain in your kidneys and stuff like that. So you really need to get the citric acid up to dissolve that. And you don't want to be doing it for too long. And you want to be taking high dose of taurine for 2 reasons. One, because any damage caused will be repaired by the taurine, because it has that role. The second thing, it also will be utilized to deal and neutralize the actual oxalate. So it'll actually minimize the amount of damage that actually happens, and then repair it. So you go on a much higher dose. And as I said, always, David, when you take higher doses of taurine, if you're on blood pressure meds, you've got to go slow. And the best thing before you go into any oxalate dumping is to basically get rid of the blood pressure meds altogether. So basically go and do adjustments, bring down your blood pressure meds, increase the taurine, bring down your blood pressure meds by 1 gram every week or so, and go and get your meds adjusted until you can get completely off the shit. And once you're off it, then you don't have to worry how much, because even if you take excess amount of taurine, bloody matter. You can take 6 grams like I was taking, not an issue then, because taurine is an osmolyte. It's not going to push your blood pressure below into dangerous areas. It actually brings it into the normal range. So if it's high, it brings it to normal. If it's too low, it brings it into the lower normal. So it actually regulates it actually reduces blood pressure, reduces heart rate, and also regulates the electrolytes in the system because it's an osmolyte. It has that regulatory effect. It achieves homeostasis even in the gut. It actually regulates motility. It achieves homeostasis. It's a very homeostatic regulating substance, but it declines with age. Our synthesis, we have to get it in the diet by eating more animal foods. Plus, it plays a whole lot of roles in keeping you healthy. But at the same time, it gets massively depleted by oxalates. So you need to put it back. And I would do about 6 grams because I didn't want to. You can go to 10 on research. I didn't want to go that high. Very rarely do I put people that high with specific conditions, not with this sort of condition. I just basically threw in a couple of grams of a different one called MSM, which is also a sulfur amino acid, to use it to deal with the excess oxalate problems. And it does bind pretty well because MSM has a stronger affinity to the keratins, to the collagen, like it actually improves your nails, your hair, and all that sort of stuff. Plus, it has a side benefit of the body can actually utilize it also to deal with excess oxalate as well. So it can be a useful, so you're not depleting as much taurine in a sense. So that's a sort of an important step to take to deal with the dumping. So you go to these higher doses when you're dumping, you come back to 3 grams or whatever, 1 gram MSM, and then basically go up again. You just have to, and you have to sort of go into it, come out, until you basically realize when you do it, there's nothing. It's all cleared. It's all fine. You go, okay, I'll remove the citric acid. Do I get any pain? If I get any pain, I'm back on the citric acid and back on the higher doses. If not, maybe I'm over it. I haven't had any incidents now. I've done it. This was all last year. My last early in the year that I had my sort of last sort of bout of the whole thing, and since then, now it's been nearly a year, nothing. So I've rid myself, but I had a lot because I used to do spinach every morning nearly when I was doing keto and stuff like that. So I was eating a lot of high oxalate stuff. So I had shitloads to get rid of, and it took me months. So I wasn't happy about it, and it was painful and annoying and everything else. And it was causing me all sorts of problems, gut problems, diarrhea, constipation, all sorts of all over the bloody place. So no, you're not a happy camper when that actually happens. I can tell you. So go into it, stop it by having a whole lot of oxalate food like chocolate or stuff like that, and that will just stop it immediately. And then you basically just have a really like high oxalate meal one day to stop it, and then just drop to a much lower things like coffee and stuff like that. You don't want to be putting stuff back, but you just want to basically send the message to the body. There's stuff coming in, you need to start storing because it's going to be too much in the system, and the body stops. And so you can actually pulsatile yourself. Yeah. So yes. Um, the MSM can be a problem for some people. The problem with MSM is it can basically accumulate in the brain. The way you get rid of it from preventing it from accumulating is basically to use choline to methylate it away. So that's the trick in that. But if people basically have an issue with MSM, I tell them not to bother and just take a bit extra, taurine and leave it at that. So it's a much safer taurine. It's just basically that, I don't like going into those excess levels. If people can't tolerate MSM, I usually put them up to about 8 grams of taurine. But if they can, then I put them on 2 of that and 6 of the other. So it depends. It depends what the situation is. not everybody reacts the same. So some people need choline to methylate away, probably due to some genetics that I'm unaware of. But I've noticed that when you actually give those people that have taken it and they've had certain side effects and they take choline, it goes away completely. So because it is it can methylate excess sulfur. Yeah. And while taurine is everywhere endemic and it's not a problem, there are other sulfur compounds that can be a problem around the body, including MSM. For some people, not for everyone. Some people are more sensitive. Anyway, Phoenix compilation, how are you? Hi, Harry. Happy New Year. Thank you, mate. Same to you. Need to go to bed now. Pretty much not a problem. Not a problem. You do what you need to do, mate. Yeah, because it's going to be pretty late where you are. It says on both steaks that they are aged 21. Okay. Same brand. No grass. Here fed in. Yeah. Dunno, Stefan. Dunno. It may be the part of the refrigerator isn't cold enough. Who knows? Hard to say. Unless I see it myself with my own eyes, I couldn't give you a real precise opinion other than sheer speculative nonsense would come out of my mouth at this stage. Yes, nothing like getting to bitty buys. I'm a bit despondent, having developed IBS, can't work out the trigger I'm looking at. Salt, pepper, coffee, sideways. Salt's not going to be a problem at all. You actually need salt for good thing. Actually, the best thing for IBS is taurine. It is the best, and the worst thing for IBS is fiber, and that will become very well known when I do my video next week. Pull my finger out and actually produce that, and you will understand what I mean. Anyway, it means some person forgot to in the fridge for 3 weeks. Maybe, yeah, could be. That's a possibility. Just because it's the same brand, sometimes people that are in retail can forget to do things or remove things, or yes, can happen. That's yes, good thinking, Richard. That is sometimes the case. So definitely give that one a miss. G'day, Tom. Happy New Year to you as well. And at work. Busy beaver. Okay. Yes, probably coffee is a good start. That's it. Yeah, definitely. Yep, I would say so. Some people just, I say, look, people say, well, don't you drink coffee, Harry? Yes, I do, but I'm a fast metabolizer of coffee. I get it out of the system 4 times faster. So for me, coffee is just a taste. It doesn't really do much. It doesn't give me a boost or anything. It's just basically people say, oh, I need a coffee to get a boost. For me, it's nothing. If I don't take it, I don't care. Sometimes I just forget to drink coffee in the day. And other days I'll drink, 2 or 3. Sometimes even up to 4. But it does nothing. It's more the taste, just to put something in my mouth because, so it's pretty much an irrelevancy. When you clear it out, other people take up to 6 hours to clear it out of their system that are very slow metabolizers. I take about a quarter of that, which is 1.5 hours. So I can have coffee in basically 11 o'clock at night and then go to bed and I'm out. It doesn't even affect me whatsoever. But some people it does. It can stay in their system for 6-8 hours, very long. So not all genetics on that front. It's because, if you come from the Middle East or from the Mediterranean basin, all that population had a lot of coffee, access to coffee within that whole region. They've been big coffee consumers for a very long time. And we've learnt to basically get the poison out of our body by methylating it faster. So we've got these genetics that methylate. The other advantage is it also, those same pathways methylate away, get rid of, guess what? other things, other toxins, other things like alcohol and other things like that. That may be part of the Southern European and all that, less to do with the diet and some of the advantages of these ways of methylating, a way of removing these things out of the system. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why some people, and those genes are associated with longevity. Surprise, surprise. So you poison yourself long enough with something, you acquire certain capacities to deal with other so-called poisons. So it can give you an advantage. But that's just an accidental one of history and adaptation. Think of doing a thiamine megadose after watching some. I wouldn't. I would not. Hook rider, I would not. Yeah, there's a rate limiting amount of enzymes that can only take so much. And overloading some of those enzymatic pathways isn't a good idea because they're tied into the electron chain. It's like taking high doses of niacin, not a good idea. It's not species appropriate. There is a certain level that we take in, and that's it. I don't agree with the megadosing of thiamine or any of the B vitamins, in particular pantothenic acid, which can cause insomnia in high doses because it does store to some extent. So you're basically just pushing money down the toilet in those megadoses. Yeah. So fatigue, chronic, all this sort of stuff. In many cases, I've had people take taurine. They may have, liver issues or other things like that. Taking choline and taurine really, over sometimes, usually clears away all those symptoms. I used to have that sort of stuff as well, headaches and stuff like that. And once I got taurine and choline into the system, because you may have some genetics similar to me and may be able to not do certain methylation issues. It's not a thiamine issue that's going to solve it. It's going to be fixing up the methylation pathways and supporting them with riboflavin, which is in meat. Just eat more meat, you'll get riboflavin. So that'll fix that methylation pathway. And the choline pathway, if you got that as well, just eat more eggs or take a supplement of choline, and it usually fixes that as well. So yeah, we got to be very careful about these sort of things. Taurine can be taken. You could actually have a lot of taurine, not an issue. It has a lot of benefits, but a number of these other things like megadosing, when it comes to vitamins and minerals, can be a problem. So I don't like doing it. There's a time to do it for a small period of time, but no, I wouldn't do it, mate. And as I say, show me the actual evidence. Not just because somebody uses a reductionist pathway and says this pathway needs to be supported and somehow and all that. Because sometimes there are other reasons. One thing that he doesn't know, or he's not very aware of, is things like deuterium depletion, mitochondrial damage and dysfunction. There can be a whole lot of other reasons why those two enzymes in energy production are not working properly, because there are further downstream other damaging issues that need to be corrected. So it's a very simplistic approach. Everything's like a nail, and not so much. So when it comes to vitamins and minerals, they're all cofactors. So vitamins and minerals are a whole lot of enzymes. There are so many enzymes and so many enzymatic processes and so much energy that can be produced in the system that requires a certain amount of cofactors, not an endless amount. It's just expensive urine, and sometimes can actually create imbalances in absorbing other things. So not a good thing. Wherewith something which is a sulfur amino acid or choline or, something like that, or amino acids themselves, that's not a problem. That's not going to basically, your body will just excrete them out of the feces, and you're not going to have a problem, if it can't handle the overload. But you physically will find it very hard to consume, that amount anyway in aminos and stuff like that, unless you really force yourself. And even then, it's not going to cause any of these sort of issues. But, vitamin mineral imbalances can cause a whole lot of other issues themselves. So you've got to be very careful. You're playing with fire, and it's a double-edged sword. And it's not what our species has ever done historically. short term. If you want to build up certain vitamins, B vitamins, and all that, do some organ meats. Much safer. It can be far better regulated than the influx which you get from a supplement. Meat flushed with O2 can look brighter, redder. Yeah, can. That's true. Carbon dioxide. Yeah, they do that. That's right. They very much do that sort of stuff. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it is reductionist. A lot of his research is reductionist, unfortunately. Yeah, I've sort of definitely looked at it and I'm going, no, I'm not convinced. This is just reductionist. I did say something to Bart once, but he wants to be polite, so he didn't say anything. He left it at that. He sort of nodded in agreement, but didn't want to basically cause any grief. So fair enough. I don't give a shit. I'm one of those people that I'll just call it as it is, and I don't care if I offend or annoy or whatever. So be it. If something's wrong, it's wrong. And if I'm wrong, point it out to me and prove it with science, and I'll accept it if I'm wrong. Simple as that. Do you think modern human gatherer societies prioritize organs for fat-soluble vitamins because the animals they ex are lean? Not really. When you look at most hunter-gatherer societies, they will use small amounts of the liver and the other organs as multivitamins amongst themselves. They'll share it amongst themselves. They don't eat massive in excessive amounts. So, nope. It's probably they eat more or less like the Greeks do with kokoretsi, where they put all the different organs, they cut them all up, they mix them up with herbs and spices, then they put them on a skewer, and then they basically put the intestine, which is very much a very heavy collagen type thing. They wrap it around and cook it on coal, over coal, and pretty much after that they'll cut you a piece, and you'll have that. And what you end up getting is you end up getting a bit of all the organs, more or less, because they do thin slices and they put them all together. So when you get a strip that, it's got a thin slice of a whole lot of different organs. So you're getting a lot of different variety, a bit of kidney, a bit of liver, a bit of heart, a bit of, all sorts of things. So you're getting a whole lot of mixed micronutrients in that regard. And that is like a multivitamin. And that's what traditional societies used to more or less do. We now do take things to excess, a lot of the reasons. So most of us, and remember, these societies had less fat per person and less, also less lean meat, animal flesh as well per person, especially in the recent times in our history. So we are able, in wealthier countries, where we live in first world countries, are able to access far more, Dylan, than compared to what they can. So it's less of a problem. And the bodies are very much a Swiss Army knife. Now, there are people like myself that have got some rare genetics because my ancestors ate more organ meats. And so I tend to require a bit more of that for the simple fact that I can't do the conversions. Like I've talked before, you don't need it. You don't need to eat folate. You don't need to basically, let alone take folic acid, which is a man-made piece of shit. But folate or choline, all you need to do is eat muscle meat that's got methionine. Methionine will be converted to choline, and then from choline to betaine, or choline to folate. So you can get all those, and you've got the B12 vitamins in meat. You've basically got the very high B6, which supports that other methylation pathway and also supports glutathione production as well. So not an issue through there. So you got all that sort of stuff. So you can basically take a supplement like cysteine, or you bloody like. If you're very low on B6, you can't produce glutathione because there's an enzyme there that requires it. So people are taking these supplements. They're on plant-based diet. They go, oh, I'm going to take a cysteine. No, take a real food. Eat a steak. You will get the cysteine. You will get the B6. You will get all these other things that basically are the cofactors that actually make things work, which our body's designed to do. Use real food. So yeah, but in the reality, Small amounts they used to get from mixed organs that they used to consume amongst themselves. We're not talking about massive amounts. I wouldn't basically recommend everyday people eat organ meats in massive quantities, like 100 grams and stuff like that. No, small amounts, like a 50 gram, which has a mix of different organs. So you're not only getting a whole lot of 50 grams of liver, you're getting a bit of every single one of those. Is more, because if you take a look at the actual, they literally cut with a knife small little bits and eat of liver or different organs, and they share it amongst themselves because it's like a multivitamin. And sometimes they don't always eat it; they'll take it and throw it to the dogs. They occasionally will in that regard. So you don't need massive excesses as many people think constantly. And when you do take those excesses, what happens? Your genetics downregulate the conversion of carotenoids to practically nothing, like the Irish who have those genetics. So they need probably a bit more organ meats compared to others, or cod liver oil or something like that, depending what they like. So yeah, it depends on all those factors. So I usually say, what are your ancestors? What are the genetics and stuff like that? It's, it because you had an ancestral way of eating. Everybody has had, if they go all the way back. But no, they usually prioritize the organ meats more for the children that are growing and the pregnant women, to give them a lot of nutrients because they're growing rapidly, or they've got a growing baby inside them and they need a lot of micronutrients for that child. So yeah, it's usually that, and older people as well who may have deficiencies and stuff like that need some support. So it depends who gets what within a tribe. So, but it's not like massive amounts every day. No, that doesn't happen. And even though they're getting a certain amount, they're also out in the sun maintaining a good vitamin D level as well. So they're sort of balancing the fat-soluble vitamins in a very good sense. They're getting all the different types in a good level. Plus, they've got healthy livers. So they've got healthy storage capacity. A lot of us don't have fibrotic tissue in our livers that we haven't dealt with, and a number of other things. So there's a lot of issues. I usually, and sometimes when you're losing weight, you can actually release shitloads of. See, these people are weight stable. They're very lean and skinny. They don't have a lot of fat stores. They put a bit of fat on and then they take it off. They don't have. Now, somebody in the Western that's actually got a lot of fat, you basically go on so you can't do the same stuff. You basically start losing weight. I desperately tell people to avoid organ meats like the plague when they're losing weight, because you've got fat-soluble vitamins you're going to release into your system. Retinol, vitamin D, MK, menoquinone 4, all these vitamin E, all these fat-soluble vitamins are going to be released into the bloodstream a lot. The only thing, if you've done like, toxic PUFA in the past, I usually recommend a low-dose vitamin E, and that's it, specifically for those purposes. But otherwise, you only need minerals and B vitamins. They actually knew that years ago, back in the 60s, when that guy was losing, did 386 days. Minerals and B vitamins, that's all. Because you need the B vitamins and minerals as cofactors for a number of enzymes. Otherwise, you can die. Because it's not enough the electrolytes when you're losing weight. You need the B vitamins, because those B vitamins act as cofactors. So if you do long fasts, you should always do them with B vitamins. And if you're not, why not? Because that's not a good thing to do. It's what sometimes causes problems for some people who do long fasts without B vitamins or minerals. Particular B vitamins is the thing that they neglect the most, and they can get themselves into a lot of trouble health-wise. So, yeah, it varies between populations as well. Not all hunters and gatherers were the same. And the modern ones use also, because before they used to have the big animals, they used to hunt the big animals, and they used to get very fatty animals, and there was ice or icing all the way down into the tropics. 20,000 years ago, that changed. there was climate change and the weather started getting warmer in the interglacial period that we're in now. And as that was happening, a lot of the ice around the world started melting. So that created, these inundations all over the world. Remember Noah's Ark? Anyone? Yep. And then basically, as a consequence of that, we started moving. The planet got warmer. The animals got leaner as a consequence. And so also because of the higher heat, also tubers became more available, fruit became more available in that period. And so we started using seasonal fruit and all that to engage the Randall cycle and fatten up. So before we would eat more fat and we would put fat stores and they would have that for a rainy day. Then we basically had leaner animals, so we were forced to tubers and all that. That's why modern hunter-gatherers are much smaller, are much leaner, have got smaller brains like us. We all 20 odd thousand years ago, our brains over that period, slightly before that, because the animals are becoming leaner, we had less access to fat, and our brains started shrinking by 10%. So from Cro-Magnon man to Homo sapiens sapien, we pretty much, had a 10% shrinkage in our brain, and our height slightly came down as well. And then when we hit agriculture, it definitely came down because there's just not enough nutrition to support a bigger body. So, yeah, there are a number of these things that have happened to us as a consequence in that regard. So modern hunters and gatherers are not like our ancestors. This is sort of no different than the two other interglacial periods, one that happened about 200 odd thousand years ago that brought about the ApoE33 genes to tolerate a bit of carbohydrate, and then again about 80 odd, the other one was, I'm trying to remember now, when was the other one? About 80,000, I think it was, around the 80,000. And that basically brought about the next one, it was the ApoE33. That was even a warmer period. So we had access even to more sugar. So as a consequence, our bodies adapted to that. In this period, we've only been in this period now for 20 odd thousand years. And so there have been some genetic adaptations to carbohydrates, to the amylase, the sort of in our mouths have gone up compared to tribal society. So if you look at the Sand people, the Kalahari, the Inuit and populations like that, they've got far less amylase to deal with starch and carbohydrates, where people living in Europe and North America and all that have got more. So it's more expressed in us. That's because we've been very much agriculturalists for the last 8,000 years. So that's another factor. So there has been some changes, and why certain populations can tolerate a bit more carbohydrates and more. It's not optimal, but we can tolerate. That's the only difference. Toleration and being optimal are two different things. So let's not confuse the things. But yeah, that's the long sort of winded. That was some of that was supposed to be a long sort of thing that I was going to do with Bart, but never got around to it when I started my channel, because that was before I had the idea of going down that pathway. Yes, did mention that. Anyway, yeah, you can. I do. I basically do. I put all of them. I put basically taurine or citrulline, MSM, and I throw in there creatine if I'm on the day that I'm actually doing I'm going to lift some weights in the afternoon. I'll throw in some creatine. If I'm not, I don't bother. So creatine monohydrate, that is. So it depends. Yes, definitely. Oh, guess who's going to be knocking on your door? Thank you, Harry. I've been doing magnesium citrate and combining with lots of dairy every remaining oxalate foods. About coffee, it's barely any in it. There's barely any in it. I wouldn't bother anyway. Sally has a great article. Yeah, she does. She's a fantastic researcher on the subject. Most of my information comes from her, and I've done just some additional sort of research of my own, but my core basis of my research came from Sally. And then I sort of built on that myself with a bit of nuancing here and a bit of experimentation on my part. But no, she's a great source of information. I just haven't seen any of her stuff recently. I haven't seen her around, so I don't know what's happening, whether she's doing any stuff or she's just, taking a break from social media. I've got no idea, but unless she's going on some obscure channels and doing some stuff that I haven't seen any of her new stuff, but nah, not on the regular ones that I'm subscribed to. I haven't seen her. Yep. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. Oh, yeah, you told me about that. Yeah, I'd say there would be no real problem in a sense. I don't know of any research showing that it interacts negatively between the other stuff. So as long as there's nothing that actually is going to create issues, probably, yeah. Yes. Yeah, blue light, UV, all that signaling. Yes. And here's me in the live stream in here with a curtain pulled and the light on. Really great circadian rhythm signaling, isn't it? Yes. Anyway, only for today. Because usually you should go out when the sun's just about to go down to modulate for melatonin. Anyway, I'm looking. Probably carnivore diet hasn't done anything after 2 years. Need to try some stuff. Yeah, you need to sometimes, because basically carnivore diet is a species appropriate diet. It basically gives you the foundation of good nutrition, all that. But we haven't been doing a carnivore diet since our birth. It's a different thing when somebody starts from the birth to death doing a carnivore diet, a species appropriate diet. We have been born to parents that haven't been doing that and may have their own mitochondrial problems and health problems, and they pass some of that stuff epigenetically to us and cause us some damage. So we're not the same in a sense. It's like Pottinger's cat. A couple of generations down, you've got problems. Just going on a species appropriate diet will correct a lot of the things, but not everything. Then you do need to do a couple of biohacks. If you've got a lot of senescent cells, like damaged cells, they actually excrete inflammatory cytokines. So they actually are generating cytokine and generating inflammation in your tissue and damaging more neighboring cells. You need to use senolytics, fasting, exercise, and other things like that are going to try and remove some of this stuff, cause apoptosis and get rid of them. So there's a lot of different strategies. There are a number of my videos covering this, senolytics and stuff like that to kill off old cells. Take a look if you haven't looked at them, Hook Rider. Just so Physitin, Harry Serpanos, and you'll find the one that I'm talking about. And then there's sort of the cancer one that may not be, but it does have some interesting stuff about deuterium, about a number of things that do affect the way the body works and can provide you with some information and strategies how to improve your own health to avoid even going down that pathway. Philips special lighting for such use. Yep, interesting. Yep, well, I covered that. Yep, sulfur accumulation. That's true as well, Bert. Sometimes you need to find out what are some issues that may be there. And consider consultancy as well, Hook Rider, with somebody like Bart or somebody like Pim or somebody like Mary Ruddock. Mary Ruddock's pretty good with intractable conditions that are way out there sort of things. So she may be a better option for you, so consider all that. Yeah, there is, but I'll use lemon juice after. It's always trying to find ways, no, even that, it's not all, I mean, you're only using a proportion in each brownie. The rest of it's cream and other things like that, isn't it? Be truthful. God, it's like an Indian giver, sort of teasing me. Yeah, here's the keto brownie. Damn. Was talking about glutamate, but didn't listen carefully. It is on Low Carb Down Under, one of the recent videos. Okay, I haven't seen it. Yep. When it comes to glutamate, excitatory. Well, guess what? Actually, deals with excitatory, neurons. Taurine. Taurine increases GABA, actually calms you down. But you need to go up to 6 grams. But as I said, if you're on blood pressure meds, you need to get off them and then transition towards taurine in high doses. And high doses will calm you down. So you end up taking 2 grams in the morning, 2 grams at middle of the day, and 2 grams in the evening. And those 2 grams can actually really make better sleeping as well. So, yes, okay. Yes, there's that issue as well. You're right. Forgot about that. There's too many things to remember. 20Ks doing the grow up on doctors testing positive for Lyme and chronic granular fever. Where's it? Oh, I'm sure I've seen. I think that's the guy. This is not my protocol. It's this guy's protocol. And because I don't specialize in Lyme's disease or things like that. So, so he's this guy here, David Hadavi. He's a sort of a biohacker and talks down here. He does cover some issues and stuff like that. And he also mentions different things that can actually have issues. Somebody mentioned him to me. I don't know now enough about his stuff, so I'm not going to comment in that regard. So he's got some stuff here. He talks about, the sort of stuff, magnesium, you can get enough from meat. B12, you can get enough from meat. Copper, you can get enough from meat. Iodine, you can get enough from animal foods. And all this sort of CD57 natural killer cells. Taurine plays a big role in that. It actually improves this, like T lymphocytes, also the natural killer cells. Taurine is the main game here as well, and that seems to help as well. Healing the gut microbiome and all that. As I said, taurine regulates all that sort of stuff in that regard. I think he does mention somewhere taurine as well in here in that regard. I'm sure he does. Somebody told me that they read it. I haven't read it. Yeah. Also supplement taurine and glycine both, which supposedly help store magnesium in the red blood cells. And is that what he said? Okay, so I didn't. As I said, I don't really know this guy. Somebody actually mentioned him to me, and so I put lime in there, and basically it came in my search window. So look, I'm not claiming that this guy knows the stuff or doesn't or whatever. I don't know him. Somebody else mentioned him to me, and I've got no friggin' idea in that regard. So, you know, but I would say that taurine plays a big role because it actually regulates the entire gut, and it plays a big role there, and it plays a big role in a lot of other those sort of conditions. So, and it has an anti-inflammatory effect. And the key thing is, it really improves both the T lymphocytes with vitamin D. You've got to combine vitamin D, the T lymphocyte, and the killer, and those CD57, the killer cells. So they tend to be very potent in dealing with pathogens and stuff like that. The other thing is the Dietary. The Dietary that I talk about, that also goes after Lyme, Candida, certain pathogenic bacteria. It goes after that as well. So consider that as well. But as I say, I'm not a specialist in Lyme. I don't specialize in that. And I'm not going to make out that I am because I haven't researched it myself to really. But this is one person somebody said, and I would say the Dietary is really good. And I would say also getting the taurine levels up to 6. As long as you're not on blood pressure meds, then you have to adjust your blood pressure meds. Keep that in mind. But otherwise, if you're not, I'd get up to 6. Go 2 for 1 week, 4 the next week, and 6 the next week. Get up to 6 because that's going to basically and get your vitamin D levels up. Either one, whether out in the sun or with supplementation, 10,000 IUs every day. If you haven't done 3 months of B vitamin, B complex, but only up to 50 milligrams, not above that, only for 3 months, no more, because pantothenic acid stores and it will create insomnia if you start pushing it up to too high levels. So we want to stay in the safe zone. That you need to basically bring the beneficial bacteria that exchange, and those beneficial bacteria with basically the Dietary that I talk about, that actually suppresses things like C. diff and Lyme and all these sort of things, helps in that regard. Plus add the killer cells to basically take out these pathogens by improving the immune system. You should basically get much better effect. The whole thing is immune system. Critical getting your vitamin D levels up. When you want to silence genes or eliminate massive pathogens, you really have to get up to the therapeutic level of 80 nanograms per deciliter. So you need a test to make sure you get your vitamin D levels up to that. You get the vitamin D levels like that, Lyme is not going to survive in your system, I can tell you. So, but you've got to get your levels up to that because you can silence genes and also eliminate a lot of autoimmunity at that level. Yes. Because Lyme is a sort of has some autoimmune characteristics as well. But as I said, I don't know enough. I probably should research it, but there's too many other things to research and look into and all that. There are other specialists that specialize in Lyme. I don't know whether they're fantastic at doing it. It's got no idea. Try the vitamin D thing and a couple of the other things. Come back to me and tell me how things are in 3 months' time. I'd be really interested. But I would say you will be much better than what you are now, because every person that has had an underlying autoimmune problem or other ailments of that sort, after they've got their levels of vitamin D up to that sort of level, 80 nanograms per milliliter, not deciliter, it's testosterone measurements, to a milliliter, when you get to that sort of level, you basically will be able to have really strong immune system and really strong immune regulation. Get the taurine levels up because that helps with the storage of the T in your thymus of the T cells, plus also helps with some of the inflammation in those tissue types, and helps. It provides additional assistance to the killer cells and stuff like that, to part of the immune system as well. So it does have a secondary role in other parts of the immune system. So it will help as well. But you need to get those two things up really to basically deal with pathogens in your body. It's strong. People that are tribal people never get pathogens. And I'll tell you an example why I believe in this ancestral approach. Mary was with a Maasai. The kids that were coming back from the schools that were eating seed oils and crap and coming back from the schools, they couldn't handle the pathogens in the environment. They were getting infected with all sorts of things. The kids were in the tribe, and the people that never left the tribal areas and still eating their ancestral diet of milk, blood, and meat primarily, those people didn't get any of these because they were out there with very high vitamin D levels. These kids are in schools for most of the day, which means they're not getting no vitamin D. They don't know this. Remember, they've lived out in the open. Now they're in schools. They've got no idea about vitamin D. I mean, they're tribal people. They've got no bloody idea. But their kids basically got low vitamin D status as an effect because they've got darker skin. Plus, they're not getting, a high taurine diet. They're not getting basically a high animal-based diet in those schools to give them basically, very strong immune function. And obviously, when they come back, they can't combat the pathogens in the local environment like the kids or the adults that live in there. So that's the important thing, really important, that you support your immune system because that's going to clear it out. All these other sort of take this herb, take that supplement and all that doesn't work. Everybody's tried them. They don't work. They never work. A strong immune system supported by good levels of vitamin D and taurine is what works. They are the two critical components, sulfur and basically vitamin D, that really help the immune system function well and combat pathogens in the environment. And Lyme is just another pathogen in the environment. So you really have to work on that part. Yep. How are you? I've done the B vitamin as you recommended a while ago. My vitamin D levels test to go 78 nanomoles with no supplements. Hold on. I think that's not that high. So that's 2.5. That's 2.5. So nanograms per milliliter is the measurement that I was using, and I'll tell you the exact amount where you should be. So 80 times 2.5, you need to be up to 200. So you need to increase that by 250%. So basically, that is low. 78 divided by 2.5 is 31. That's low. They consider that fine, the doctors, but that's shit because the doctors have no fucking idea. Most of the tribal populations are in the 50. So, and 50 nanograms is 2.5 is about 125. So most tribal people are way above where you are. They're 125. Yeah. So Jonathan's actually at 252. So 252 nanomoles, 252 divide that by 2.5 is 100.0. So he's right at the top of basically the normal range. After he doesn't need to go any higher than that. Some people say it can become toxic, so you don't need to go any higher than that. So you sort of, I would ease off. I usually like people to get around the 80 for therapeutic reasons, and for non-therapeutic reasons, around the 60, that it's fine. So 60 nanograms is in moles is 2.5 is 150. So if you're basically healthy, 150 nanomoles. So Jonathan, you have to come back a bit. Bjorn tested at 150. You're good to go. That's fine. That is 60. That's where most of the, like the Samburu, the Kalahari, they're at that level. That's where you want to be. Where Jonathan is, he's right at the tip of the top of he's still in the normal range, but he's just right at the tip. I don't want him going higher than that. You don't need to. And for the therapeutic range, you need to be at 200 nanomoles. And that, if you divide that by 2.5, is 80 in terms of, so in Europe, they use the nanomoles, and in North America, they use the nanograms. So it's the different things. So just remember, you divide by 2.5. So that's the division by 2.5 in that regard. So yeah, so pretty much when it comes to hook rider, you need to get yours to, what did we say? 200. 200. So you need to get yours up to 200 to be in the therapeutic range to basically combat your Lyme disease. That's where you need to get, basically. So, or to any pathogen or any autoimmune disease or anything like that, you sort of have to get to that level to deal with that sort of stuff in that regard. Yeah, it does. Because sometimes it can be due to a methylation problem, and B2 riboflavin actually increases the actual enzyme that actually for methylation. The primary one that's actually the 677 gene. So that one, yeah. Well, basically, that's the one that I've got in the toilet, and I definitely need riboflavin to correct that. And meat and milk, I forgot about my milk. I should, is high in riboflavin, which looks after, yes, this will look after my methylation requirements. It will boost my enzyme function, and that helps with methylation. And sometimes, certain issues of headaches can be related to that. But the majority of headaches, what they're related to, they're not even related to a lot of these things that we talk about. They're actually related to issues with your gallbladder. Liver or gallbladder actually produces the majority of headaches. So I found when I actually used to have gallbladder issues some years ago, I used to rub under my rib cage and, try to, I was starting to take taurine then to emulsify all that shit, but I used to basically rub off under there to sort of get the stuff flowing. Yes. So it's one of the biggest reasons for headaches nowadays is, I think something like 70% of the headaches are related to gallbladder or liver issues, the majority of them. Yep, it can if it's basically, and also taurine can regulate this sort of sort of bring homeostasis to fluid dynamics and electrolytes. Remember, taurine also reduces the amount of accumulation of calcium in the brain, which also can create some of these problems. So that's another issue why eating meat can actually alleviate. That's why people have better brain function when they actually get on an ancestral diet over time. Once their body starts regulating, even the headaches improve, go away. I haven't had a headache for ages. I haven't had tinnitus, ringing in my ears for ages since I've been doing quite a bit of taurine. So it basically, and there's, I mean, I know it was a rat study, and I know they injured the actual inner ear to deliberately get produce that problem. But it's a mammal. It worked on one mammal. It should technically work. I didn't believe it. That's all. Well, you can't physically damage somebody's ear or do an experiment to do a randomized control on humans by damaging half the people and then put him on half on placebo and half on that. You can't do that research. It's just unethical. So you got to do it on rats. Yes, it's just the way it is. Unfortunately, yes. God, we need another dictator. I'm just joking. Oh, there you go. High dose riboflavin in migraine. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen this study in particular, but I have seen others, and it's usually due to the methylation and other things like that that actually improves. Yes, yes, very much so. Look, taurine is a riboflavin is a very big thing in terms of energy production as well. So it doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, it can help depending on what sort of headache you got. I never get headaches. So I'm that arsehole. Oh, you must be. Join the club. Since I went carny, I must have become an arsehole as well. My mum is prone to headaches. I gave her a high quality magnesium tablet within an hour almost relieved. Yeah, it can be for some people. If they're on a sad diet, they're probably not getting enough. On our diet, we can get more than enough from animal foods. If you eat enough meat, you'll get enough magnesium to cover the excretion rate. So it's a non-issue. You only need more sodium and taurine to balance the electrolytes so you don't have the deficiencies. That's the problem with people on a sad diet. They're getting so little taurine, and most of the processed meats have next to zero taurine, so they're getting very little. They can't balance their electrolytes properly, and so they have these derangements in minerals in their bodies. That's why it probably helped her. But if she was on a species appropriate diet, balancing and homeostatically regulating osmotically those fluids and the electrolytes, she wouldn't have the problem. But that's always very hard to convince somebody to do that. But you can get some benefit even on a sad diet with taurine in sort of, improving things slightly on that front as well. Yep, neuroinflammation. Yep, taurine is great for that. Have a steak. Will keep the neuroinflammation to at bay. Should be a slogan. Have a steak. It'll cure everything. As long as you don't throw sugar in there and really mess it all up. Oops. Overshot again. Where am I? Down, 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 whiz. Don't do that. Now it's stuck. Unstuck it. That's annoying when that happens. Yeah, Jonathan, I don't, but we don't need. If you check my video that I did on magnesium, we only excrete about 120 milligrams per day. So unless you're actually fasting, not an issue for a prolonged period of time. If you eat enough meat, you get more than the excretion rate. Let's put it that way. So you don't need a supplement. It's only people on sad diets that are eating a lot of processed food and all that are magnesium depleted, potassium depleted. They don't even get enough of what they actually, the body dumps normally, excretes every day. So They just depleted in everything, plus even a lot of other things, and then they don't have enough taurine in their diet because all the processed food is decimated of taurine. You won't find any. You have to have real food. And as a consequence, they can't even regulate those electrolytes properly. So they tend to get higher blood pressure and all these sort of things. So it's just, sad diet problems. But we shouldn't translate that we need. Our ancestors didn't use magnesium supplements. They ate a steak. They do not need. And as long as you get enough taurine to regulate, because it's an osmolyte to regulate your fluids, you do not need to supplement. You may need initially to load up if you've basically come from a depleted diet or eat organ meats and stuff like that. But once you're over that depletion period of a couple of months, then really you just need to eat steak, occasionally a bit of, a few, eggs every day. Is not a bad idea. And if you're not having eggs every day, have occasionally a bit of organ meats, mixed, but you don't need them every bloody day and in large amounts, because the body usually, unless you've got certain genetics, you don't need as much, believe me. Ah, yes, they do. I mention that and people get annoyed, but, Angel, good to see you. Well, it doesn't. Some people basically can make things worse. They can get more cramping and all sorts of things, you know. And when you put up the sodium, it fixes it. At the end, fundamentally, what it is electrolyte imbalances and all that. People are not eating enough protein, so they're not getting enough taurine, and so they're not getting enough regulation of their electrolytes or fluids, because that's another thing that taurine does. Or they may have too much oxalate, so they dump too much oxalate, and that depletes their taurine levels. And so, under those circumstances, it may be advisable to supplement, because unlike an ancestor that didn't eat a whole lot of spinach, kale, and many other things to literally fill their body with oxalates, because they're not that stupid. Even children will not eat greens because they know they're poisonous. But adults are stupid. They think they're smarter than kids with their natural instinct. And and then we end up with these problems, and then we deplete taurine that basically regulates all these damn things, and we think taking an electrolyte is going to sort the problem. Yeah, it may mitigate the problem, but it's like a band-aid. It's masking the problem rather than regulating and fixing the problem. It's like the immune system. Oh, I get a cytokine storm and it kills me. Well, if you had enough vitamin D, you'd regulate your immune system so it didn't overreact anytime a foreign pathogen came into your body, and it wouldn't kill you. So, stop putting that shit on your skin. That's the problem. We are not living, as I said, the more we move to living ancestrally and correcting some of the things that we've done, the better we will be in the long run. Some of us are on the early parts of that journey. Some of us are a later part of that journey. But we need to be very careful not to jump on certain bandwagons like crazy and basically think that we're going to solve everything. You really need to be mindful about going to the extreme, and sometimes people can get very much can stuff their health up as a problem. Bjorn is asking, do I recommend? It depends, Bjorn, whether I recommend young people. If they're eating carnivore, probably not. They're probably synthesizing enough, they're getting enough in their diet, and they probably don't have as much damage as older people, and probably don't have as much oxalate. It depends on whether they came from a vegan diet and they've got a lot of oxalate. That could be an issue as well. So that's a different thing altogether. So, oh, thanks, Richard. Very generous today. Oops. Thanks, mate. Yes, we're on a bit of a bender today, and we've got more hours to go. We haven't finished yet, you know me. Oops, oops. Mhm. Yep. Yeah, but it's not enough. The salt. You need also the taurine. You need the steak. You need the meat, and plenty of it in order to basically regulate. Because, as I said, it's an osmolyte, taurine as well. It regulates magnesium, potassium, sodium, calcium. You know, has even a regulatory effect on iron as well. That's the reason why people, I haven't done the video with hemochromatosis. One, because it's heme iron actually can regulate better than non-heme iron. That's one thing. But also the other thing is it does have a better regulatory effect on heme iron. So again, a steak with taurine has a better regulating effect on all these minerals where plant foods don't. Again, showing the superiority, and that when you're on a species appropriate diet, your genes actually operate much better because they do. Simple as that. And we see it in the research when it comes to the osmolytic effect of taurine. Every single study, when they do a check on the fluid dynamics, they see it every single time. It's replicatable truth. Nobody can deny it. And that's the great thing about taurine. And that's the great thing about eating meat, because that's your best source of taurine is meat. Meat, meat, meat. Anyway, just to basically reinforce the message, it is meat. Unless you do a dry fast like I do, and you don't lose hardly any fluids whatsoever. You're not dumping deuterium water out. Anyway, hangry. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Gut producing. Yep, yep, yep. So a lot of the actual lactobacillus types and a lot of the bifidobacteria types, they do produce and exchange amongst themselves B vitamins. That's why I usually say that you get some from the food and some from the gut microbiome. But what happens? And also, when you do that, also you limit the amount of loss to other parts of the pathogenics, because the pathogenics just hog things, they steal things, they are thieves in your gut. So when you have more of the beneficial ones, they suppress those, but also they produce and exchange way better. That's another reason why the pathogenics like Prevotella, which increases on a fiber-rich diet, actually causes some deficiencies in B vitamins for the vagoons, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Yes. And it causes a whole lot of other dysfunctions and inflammation. But, I've covered that in other videos on the vagoonerized fiber stuff on Prevotella and all that, the interleukins that go up and stuff like that. So, yes, very important to support those important things, little organelles in our enteric system that really are important to our health. We need the good guys on our side, but well balanced. Yes. Dr. Burrs always recommends nutritional yeast for B vitamins. No, I wouldn't recommend it. You get plenty in animal foods. You don't need that shit. Oh, yeah, exactly. He's a chiropractor. He's not a vagoon. He's a low carb doctor, that keto type, but he actually tends to be, more. He has a tendency. I mean, he contradicts himself on a lot of fronts. In some cases, he goes, "Oh, you can go on a carnivore diet if you've got a lot of gut issues," and then he recommends fiber to a whole lot of people. What a contradiction! So he's got some really strange views, but then he's selling those fiber. So he does say, well, you don't need to basically consume fiber. You can buy here my supplements and get all those nutrients from the fiber. Exactly, selling supplements. So another, chiropractors, naturopaths, they'll sell you supplements. The others will sell you drugs from big pharma, the allopathics. I don't know who's worse sometimes. Yes, exactly. Look, I looked at him in the beginning as well, and then I realised that certain things didn't gel properly. Uh yeah, he gets a few things wrong. I've actually seen one or two of his videos that people have sent me, and I was going, you got a few things wrong. I think Bart did a bit of a takedown of him as well. I'm not saying he's bad. He's probably better than Berg in many regards. So if you're getting somebody an introduction, a more easier into the low carb community, he's probably not too bad. But then again, he does make a lot of mistakes and some Mickey Mouse ones as well. So, because the problem with most people, the reason why they do that is because of reductionism. They can't think outside the square. They can't actually see that there are all these sort of adjustments. If you go back to my previous video, Elizabeth was asking a whole lot of questions in my first live stream. And I actually covered some of the dynamics of how the system works, how the body works inside. I'm not going to go over it again. Go back to the earlier stream and you'll actually see how I explained a lot of these dynamics. And then you understand how the body is a dynamic system. It's not a whole lot of reductionist processes. We've got all these reductionist processes. Let's throw them all into one bundle. That's the human body. No, it's not. It's a complex interaction of things. And certain things go up and down, and they go down because of certain reasons when you're in a different state of eating or different state of, Randall or non-Randall psychoactivation of either extreme versions of dietary approaches or whatever. And it's really important people understand these dynamics of how the body adjusts all these hormones, all these different pathways as you shift those energy substrates and all that. Most people don't get that because they think in reductionist terms, and that's why they are still prisoners of this narrow way of thinking. Yes, he does. He loves to tear the living daylights out of your gut. Yes, that's what fiber does. Not a good thing. You don't see even tribal people that actually get fibrous food. You know what they do? They sit there with a rock, bang it to basically pulverize it. It's their version of basically refined, refined wild food. Everybody knows that it's not good for you. But unfortunately, in the modern world, we've actually glorified fiber for some crazy reason. When most populations out there were trying to extract as much energy as possible, the fiber inhibits that. Get rid of it and get as much energy from any source you can, especially as we came into an interglacial period with less fatty animals and leaner animals. We need to get additional energy sources. That's why we get to seasonal eating of certain carbohydrates and tubers and stuff like that out of necessity. Others go the Maasai way, where they go for things like, dairy and stuff like that for additional nutrition or, food sources. Anyway, I used to watch. Yes, exactly. Yes, great for your gut. Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff. Tear you a new asshole. And quite painful. Is there a difference between conflict of interest and interest of conflict. Well, conflict of interest is basically when somebody is paid by somebody or connected to someone or is related to someone and then discusses that subject matter, and they are potentially compromised in a sense, or could be, or maybe, we don't know. And that's when we say, what are your conflict of interests? Well, I did a study for a pharmaceutical company, and now I'm talking about some of the stuff that they actually produce. There's a conflict of interest there, so interest of conflict is, if I'm getting it right, is having an interest in related stuff that are conflicting sort of states or information or whatever, is probably sort of way of saying it. That last one, there may be a few other definitions on that. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Not a problem in that, mate. Not a problem. Okay. That's where she's on. Oh, thanks. I didn't realise she was. So she doesn't do much on YouTube anymore. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. So she's basically on Instagram primarily. I'll have to search her. Because she's probably got some new information that I haven't looked at. That would be interesting to see what she's come up with on that front. Having been an ex-sufferer myself, it's always interesting to find out if there's any other little things that she's come up with that can be useful for people that may not know her or understand, the science that she may be. No, Richard. Wrong website. Now, I know you basically pre-loved sheep basically is your OnlyFans website, but she's not there. Sally's not there. You can't link up with her. Dyslexic may be one factor of mixing things, but thinking he's wrong. Yeah, not a problem, mate. Yeah, I know we all sometimes. Yes, I can get that sort of thing. Yes, but we understand what you mean. Don't worry. So that's the one there. Fantastic. Good. Where is it? Great. Now I've got that. I will go back and look at that when I get a chance. Fantastic. Thanks for that. And that was the other one, that guy with the limes. Oops. Thanks, Sarah. I've done 2. Yep. And yeah, we discussed that about getting it a bit higher. So we've covered that. Not a problem. You're welcome. Minerals, another depletes us of minerals. Yep. Fluorine, chlorine. Yep. Iodine. Yep. And all 7. Periodic table. Fluorines higher. Yeah, that's true. Look, it's the reason why I use Evian, which is basically spring water from the Alps, French Alps, and I use it for my coffees. I don't use tap water. I have to go and buy some tomorrow because I think hopefully it's still on special. Because I'm down to one bottle. So I need to go and buy some more. 1 bottle and a bit. So yeah, I definitely need to go and get some more. they did have it cheaper, but I just use it for coffee because that's my only real indiscretion, and a bit of water. And if I don't use this water tonight, if I don't get a tickly throat, I will basically, from talking too much, I'll basically use that, sort of try to conserve the water. This mineralized, and it's really mineralized. It's one thing. I did actually stuff up one of those hot water sort of devices that actually heats up the water and all that for coffee. So because it mineralizes quite a bit. Now I use just a pot, and I, on the stove on one of the, so I just warm it up that way. The water, because it just basically, even that, it mineralizes. It's got quite a lot of minerals. You realize that how tap water is so mineral devoid. That's why I used to have a trace mineral. Now I don't bother, because I usually get my trace minerals from this alpine water. Plus, it's slightly lower in deuterium by about 9 parts per million. So, which everything counts when you're consuming water. If you want to live a long life, you need to be more lower in deuterium to maintain good mitochondrial health. Yeah, exactly. All these sort of things, halogens and stuff like that, they're all problems, all these related things. I mean, I use toothpaste, which has no fluoride or any of this sort of stuff. I've really moved away from all that sort of stuff as much as possible to keep it out of my body, in a sense. So I get what I need, those nutrients that the body needs from the animal foods, and I'm good to go. Yep, we sort of covered that before. Yeah, you probably do. You probably do, to try and get your levels further up. Is it? Let me just clarify something. Are you sure it's nanomoles and not, because if you're getting out in the sun quite a bit, you should be much higher than that. If you're getting out in the sun quite a bit, you should be much higher than that. So I'm a bit confused, but maybe are you just basically bearing your arms and legs and your face, or your whole body? Because that's important. If you're only bearing, your arms and all that, the problem with that is you tend to basically sweat on your arms, and you can actually lose a bit. So there's that as well. It sort of, you have to, like the tribal people, you've got to have all your body sort of exposed, more or less, without going completely naked. It's not practical. So, if you're not sunbaking every day, even if you're walking around, you're getting limited sun, really. I tried that as well. Shorts and long and short sleeves, and wearing shorts, trouser shorts and all that, not putting any cream on, getting out, I still couldn't get my levels really high. When I started sunbaking, yes, you can actually get it up when you're sunbaking. But if you're not sunbaking, not going to happen. Lukey tried that as well, walking around, but it didn't work. When he started sunbaking, he really got his levels up. So that's Luke Gear. So that's the only way of doing it. Or supplementing, because it may not be practical. I don't know what your work is like and stuff like that. So, yes. Yep, we covered that. Yep. I was just going to mention one other thing some people can do as well. In your shower head, you can replace it to get a filter as well. So that's another thing that, because you do absorb a bit from your skin. So that's another thing that, just to mention that. Yep. Yeah, you're around the 60, which is basically where every healthy person should be, more or less. So I like people being at around that level. at and the 100 level is 40 nanograms. So 150 millimoles per deciliter is basically that's the metric system. So that translates to the 100 translates to 40. That's the lowest you want to be. You don't want to be below 100. So 100. So really, you basically want to be between 100 and 200. So you're smack in the middle. So because basically at 40, you're at the low, and many people like for instance 78, you're basically in 31, around about 31 nanograms. So at 78, they call that normal. It's not. That's mildly deficient, I would say, because you can't activate not even half the genes. You can only activate about a quarter to a third of the genes in your body. It's so low. And it doesn't really support a strong immune system. You've got to be between 100 at a minimum, 200 at the maximum, and 150 is perfect. Absolutely perfect at that. And if you're basically have got autoimmunity or whatever, you need to be at 200. Or major pathogen issues or whatever. But even at 150, which is double, you're double nearly what Hook Rider is. Hook Rider is half where you are. So he needs to at least get to your levels, which is to get to 150 or millimoles, which translates to the American system as basically 60 nanograms. And then he's at the level where he's got a good level to deal with his Lyme. Okay, I haven't had noticed for years, definitely right regarding, yep, it definitely is. Mm-hmm. No, it's demonic gene. You guys crossbreed with certain sheep, you may acquire those genes. I don't have the problem. Goats don't have that problem. Just letting you know. I was using Jonathan for a month, and I don't recommend that amount to anyone. Neither do I. Some practitioners recommend 100 3 times a week. However, like Harry, I'm on the mind of frequent lower dose. Yeah, I usually 5,000 IUs is a very safe level to remain within that. You will remain within that safe zone of around about where Bjorn is, that sort of stuff. I basically go up to 10,000 IUs. I have a 10,000 IU tablets in there, and I only use those when I get a flu-like symptoms, like now in this period when there's all this sort of stuff going around. That's the only time. But otherwise, nah. I usually stick to 5,000. And if I basically in the winter, I usually go 10,000 because I'm getting absolutely zero sun exposure. And that's the problem sometimes, because you can actually be out in the sun and get 10,000 IUs or 20,000 IUs on a warm day and stuff like that. If I get exposed to the sun, I don't bother at all taking vitamin D. So it depends on the day, depends, on all the sort of, and the time of the year and stuff like that. But continuously, as some people do take, I know, I don't recommend it. Even though it's not going to be a big problem, even at, that top level where you are at the moment, that's not a problem. at that level, there's, you're bulletproof basically, but you don't want to go above that. And so it's probably better to pop down to 5,000 IUs. And that will basically keep you slightly below that, but still keep it at a fairly good level for quite some time, together with getting out in the sun. And you'll be basically pretty much bulletproof. You'll be able to access every single gene that vitamin D actually signals, which is fantastic. And let alone, you'll have one of the strongest immune systems. You'll be able to fight anything out of the sun, compared to many other people. But I definitely don't recommend on a daily basis 10,000 IUs, and I've said that multiple times. I only recommend 5,000 IUs. But if some people are very depleted and very low, then I do recommend 10,000 IUs for a number of months. But that's if they're very low. But you have to test it. If you're getting out in the sun like I do and stuff like that, you got to be very careful with fat-soluble vitamins. If you're losing weight again, is another issue. I say it, and I say it over and over again. I try to remind people that when you're losing weight, do not take fat-soluble vitamins of any sort. Only the low-dose vitamin E, and that only if you've basically had in the past a lot of seed oils and stuff like that. Because if you had a diet high in seed oils and crap, you're unlikely to have had a high vitamin E, because most people on a sad diet get fuck all vitamin E whatsoever. I just demonetized myself. Fantastic, Harry. Anyway, so use the F word. Wonderful. Anyway, let's move on before I do more damage. Maybe the AI won't pick it up. One can only hope. Anyway, yeah, so it's at that time you do not take any fat-soluble vitamins because you're losing weight. If you're doing like a high protein, like Bart's doing now, a high protein, and he's going to trying to rip himself, well, you're going to release a lot of fat-soluble vitamins. You only need the B vitamins. Muscle meat has a lot of B vitamins and a lot of minerals that you need. It's fine in that regard. And if you're going to have any water, that Evian water, which has trace minerals in it, perfect as well. So that's what the body needs because you've got less of that in your body. Most people are depleted in that, but in fat-soluble vitamins, they may not be. Just rubbing the rib cage. So you're lying down, Richard? Is it comfortable? Have you got something comfortable next to you while you're rubbing yourself? Good to hear, Bjorn. That's good to hear. Yep, at your latitude, it's probably a good idea because you're probably even in summer, probably, like a lot of people, you're working, you're indoors. Because even if I'm not on holidays, I don't take any because I'm outdoors all day. In the middle of the day, I get sun. But when I'm basically, if it's basically the middle of the rest, when I'm indoors, I definitely do take, or if it's overcast. It's the thing about, I'm 40 degrees south from the equator, or yeah, the other way around, I'm saying, from the pole. And yeah, if you're in those sort of latitudes, obviously. G'day, Christina. Good to see you there. DC's there as well. A couple of characters there. Good to see you popping in. So yeah, that's the sort of level you want to do all year round at your latitude. And on the days you get out on a warm sunny day and you do a bit of sunbaking, you don't take any. You take it from the environment as much as possible. Give it a good rub, mate. Give it a good rub. You'll get a bit of fun out of it as well. I know you're desperate for a bit of a rub. Is Kenberry says so. Not to overcook meat. He's wrong. You don't lose. It's in the fluids. It's in the water molecules. So you only lose it if you lose fluids out of the. So if you sear the steak on both sides at a high temperature, sear them, and it's medium rare or rare inside, or even if it's slightly cooked, you will not lose because you've seared it. And so, because even a raw steak, if you leave it on the counter and the water as it, it will start, you'll end up with more water in the plate. You've actually just lost a whole lot of taurine there. It's in the water. So basically, where water goes, so does taurine go, so to speak. So you do lose some in that regard, but you don't lose a lot, very little, unless you overcook it. That's a different thing. And yes, but generally speaking, you do not. In a sense, even I've seen experiments, even with overcooking, there's very little loss in that regard. It's not the heat that actually causes it. It's the water escaping that takes it with it. So, yes. Yes. They do have websites that actually tell you exactly what sort of vitamin D levels you can actually attain when you expose all your body in different latitudes at different times of the year. So you can actually, you can plan around that way if you want. Yep. Thanks, mate. All the best for you as well. Hope this is a more sane year where we get some of our freedoms back without having to, fight these bastards to the hilt. Taurine won't break down or become ineffective in a hot cup of coffee, for example. Might be a problem cooking it in a soup. It's a matter of, if you drink those fluids, you're not going to lose it. But if you basically throw away those fluids, yes, you will lose it in that regard. So it depends. Yep. Okay. Does it? Okay. I didn't know that. There you go. I usually use the other ones because I use 5 milligrams and I use 15 milligrams as 45 milligrams, but that's for therapeutic reasons. Most stuff, 200 micrograms is for the average person. 200 micrograms is probably, or slightly a bit more, 2 to 500 micrograms, all that people need, the average person. And they'll get most of that from food. But I usually recommend the higher doses, like 5 and 15. And it's usually because a lot of people have soft tissue calcification over years and years of eating inappropriately. So it's not that I don't recommend the small dose. I recommend because most people that come to me usually have a lot of problems. Most people that have got all the way to carnivore usually have a lot of issues of soft tissue calcification of one sort or another. I usually used to have quite severe calcification in my skull, and that was causing alopecia. But so using high doses of the stuff to eliminate the problem in my heart also helped my scalp as well. So that's another thing that actually can cause alopecia, high calcification in the skin. So that's soft tissue calcification. So you need to get that removed with high dose of menaquinone 4. So because it's the only menaquinone that does it, that actually can chelate and get it out of the soft tissue. So I don't know what the dosage is of that. What is the dose of that? Do you know on the what their sort of menaquinone levels that they're actually supplying in that? What's the sort of vitamin D and menaquinone? Because this is a vitamin D and menaquinone formulation, I suspect. Just put it in just let me know what it is, because I'll look it up. If it's an option for the average person, it may be a better option, a better combo option. So, yeah, thanks, Bjorn, for that information. Could be useful for the regular people here, that are looking for an alternative to the regular supplementation of vitamin D, and, getting a separate, maybe cheaper that way, more affordable if you're doing it all year. So that's Richard with his drops, 2 drops, bloody low, true drop, drops. Yeah, I guessed that she was on pure kibble diet. Yeah, horrific. Yes, exactly. Yes, problematic. That, yes, she would basically be poor in magnesium, poor in potassium, but high in sodium with all that sort of processed stuff. And yeah, probably those electrolytes would help. But also, she wouldn't be able to regulate that stuff. So probably throwing in there a supplement of taurine probably would help her. Also on the blood pressure side as well. So I'd add that as well. As long as she's not taking blood pressure meds, you got to be careful. Remember, I keep on reiterating this. I don't do it for a joke. I do it deliberately, because if you eat like a steak, you will get less than 1 gram. Okay, so you have to eat a lot of meat to get 1 or 2 grams. When you go higher for therapeutic levels of taurine, you've got to be very careful with a blood pressure medication issue. So I just remind that always, because I don't want people to get into trouble. I know I sound like a broken record sometimes, but I will keep on saying it over and over again, because unlike other people, I do try to remind people not to get themselves into trouble, because it's very easy, if you've heard something for the first time, to take it as gospel and then try and implement it, and you may get yourself into trouble. Anyway, about migraines. Angela Stanton has a book on Facebook. Either salt or rich potassium foods help. Meat and plus they guide diet. She puts most of us on a carnivore diet. Yep, sounds good. Yep, exactly. Well, milk has potassium. Salt has potassium, and some, combining a bit of salt as well is perfect combo. Yeah, because meat has more potassium than sodium, and milk has definitely shitloads of potassium in comparison to sodium. That's why the Maasai use blood to get the sodium to balance out the potassium. So that's why they do that. Plus, from their foods, they get enough taurine that it helps regulate all the other stuff. Yep, no, I wouldn't disagree with her. That's more or less what I sort of consume, dairy and meats primarily. I had a lot of, ground beef, simple. I can put more in and cheaper than steak. Could this lead to deficiencies? Not really, because it's usually muscle meat that's being grounded. The only thing that is potentially lost in ground beef is taurine. That's the only thing, because of the fluids. You get more fluid loss when you ground beef, unfortunately, and it will be lower in taurine. So yeah, that's the only thing that can be lost if you're consuming a lot of ground beef all the time. Again, it's a matter of, when you break up meat, you have this water loss, and that water loss takes certain nutrients with it. Just to remind you. And one of them is basically where the water goes, so does taurine, unfortunately. Yep, you're welcome. Yep, yeah. No, it covers, and the potassium one, I've done a potassium one as well. It covers quite clearly what the excretion rates, what the body really requires, and, and why. I mean, I usually point a lot of people to potassium, because it's really important that they understand. I fear people taking too much potassium, because it's really dangerous. It can actually stop your heart, cause you a heart attack. Potassium. I would rather be slightly deficient in potassium rather than playing at too high levels. And if you're eating the proper foods, you'll get more than enough compared to the excretion rate. So there's not an issue. I'm very wary about people supplementing potassium. Very, very wary. By that stage, it doesn't really matter, Richard. If she's lost quite a bit of the stuff out of the processing, it's not going to make a lot of difference. And I think I covered that. It depends. It depends on if younger people have got a lot of depletion, oxalate. It depends on a lot of things. So generally speaking, somebody who's come from a SAD diet to a carnivore diet, probably not, for the simple fact that they come from a refined carbohydrate, which tends to have less oxalate compared to spinach and all the green leafy shit. And also tend to eat more dairy, even in the mixed sort of diet. Dairy is quite popular, and they will literally whatever out of grains there exists will be captured that way and chelated out of the system. So yeah, they'll probably have less of an oxalate issue, less of a problem in that regard compared to vegans, vegetarians, or people who have been on a high plant-based keto type diet. So they tend to have more problems and more depletion due to higher oxalate. So yes, more issues. So it depends. It really depends on those sort of things. And it could be a good idea for a few years as you're sort of clearing out all those sort of issues. Or for certain, you've got fibrosis in tissue, you may need more. Because if you're on a species, just to get that point, if you're on a species appropriate diet from birth, you will not have fibrosis or anything like that. But if you've been on a SAD diet or one of the other diets and you've created liver fibrosis, lung fibrosis, heart fibrosis, kidney fibrosis and all that, well, you'll need more taurine to clear that out. You don't get enough from the diet. You don't get enough. You don't synthesize enough for those additional issues. If you're ancestral right through your life, you only need a certain proportion. The body's worked out exactly how much is coming in from the diet and how much it needs to synthesize. But when you're basically you've got a whole lot of other issues, derangements and all that, you may need more to deal with those derangements. That's the difference. And, up to 10 grams seems to be fine in the literature. Now, the upper limit may be even higher. We don't know because we haven't done any further investigation. So I can't recommend anything above that, just in case people get into trouble. I can only say up to 10 grams, as long as you're not taking any blood pressure meds or you've basically brought yourself off them and got up to that level. I've got no problems. But, even there, I would only recommend it up to a year because the research was up to a year. And then I would basically taper back to about 3 grams after that. And 5 grams if you're in old age where your endogenous levels have come down to maintain more youthful levels, that is. So in that regard, is there a possible case of magnesium supplementation if one is very physically active and drinking a lot of coffee? No. If they're getting enough meat and regulating their electrolytes and having the same excretion rate as normal, which is 120 milligrams, not required whatsoever. You may need more sodium. That's the only one you probably may need because that's the one that you'll probably lose. And it's usually a sodium deficiency due to excess exercise, physical activity. That usually is the problem because our ancestors did not exert themselves like mad. They just didn't. Our ancestors basically walked comfortably. They found an animal, they followed it until it exhausted itself and then sprinted in for the kill and then carried it back and physically walked back slowly back to the, So that's how they do it. They're not out there trying to become athletes. They don't do that sort of stuff. That's why they don't have as much wear and tear as we have. We exercise far too much. We should basically do natural movements. That's one thing I like about, certain people that actually do those sort of promote those sort of natural movement type things, it's way better, because that's what we used to do. We lifted things, we moved things, we pushed things. That's how we're evolved to move our bodies and function, not to basically be running around like mad over long distances. Now, a bit of resistance training and a bit of weightlifting and a bit of high interval, that's okay. And walking is fine. But running, nope, I do not recommend running at all. Not a healthy thing to do. And if you're doing it for sports or whatever else, make sure you're taking taurine to prevent left ventricular growth, hypertrophy. You will actually, to prevent remodeling of your heart. That's what usually kills a lot of those marathon runners. Not enough taurine to prevent that change in the morphology of the heart. That's true. Yeah, they usually use the cuts of meat they usually use does have more of that tissue. So yeah, it has a benefit, but you can lose some of the taurine in comparison to the other stuff. So yes, good point, Bert. Good point. But yes, you lose something, you gain something else. That is true. You could do a cost-benefit analysis. Now, which is cheaper, collagen powders or taurine? Yes, taurine tends to be cheaper. So you can actually do that and then actually supplement taurine. Christina walks a lot in the summer time. Yes, very nice. Get out there in the sun, just walk. That's all you need to do. Actually, the best stuff that actually helps you sleep is basically taurine. It actually increases GABA. So that's the best. Whenever people take taurine in the evening, 2 grams of taurine in the evening, they sleep like a baby. So they take it in like 8 o'clock or whatever. A couple of hours later, they go to bed. 3 hours later, sleep like a baby. Hope you all forget the Greek alphabet this year. I know Harry can't, but you get my drift. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mi, Ni, Xi, Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, Tau, Epsilon, Phi, Hi, Psi, Omega. So that was the quick version of the Greek alphabet. Anyway, you want it again? Get back to away from silliness. I can eat a lot more mince than I can eat steaks. Yeah, some people find it easy and all that. And also you get a bit more fat, that's why women love it, because they do have slightly more requirements for fat than men. Oh, that is very true. And also, there's also those sort of requirements that do tend to go up. Requirements. Yeah, I think making capsules to my dad. Well, Dad's 87, so Dad eats a lot of meat now. Before, when he wasn't eating meat, he was getting 5. I've got him down to 3. He gets 3 grams with his yogurt in the evening. He has yogurt every evening. He puts his that stuff in. He puts a bit of MSM in. Yes, he pretty much does that. He does the choline and as well. If he's not eating but occasionally I sort of said, if you're not eating eggs, Dad, use this. because I know he's got the same genetics as me. But if he is, not a problem. So it's all aminos type stuff and all that sort of stuff, things that the body sort of needs. You can get from nutrition, but sometimes people, for whatever reason. So basically, I've also got him on, creatine, and so he uses creatine only when he exercises. So, and pretty much he exercises every day bar the weekend, or more or less, sometimes even every day. So he's but he doesn't do excessive. So he'll lift weights 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the evening. So he gets 2 grams of creatine in, so 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. So, yep, so he does that. And as I said, he gets a couple of grams, and he eats, when he doesn't, I usually tell him to put another scoop, which puts it, because they are like 1.5 the scoops, so it ends up being 3, and then it ends up another 1.5, sort of ends up being 4.5. So if he doesn't have a lot of meat on the day, I'll tell him to throw a second one in there in his yogurt. So he'll do that. In that regard, he's 87 after all. But now that he's doing that, because it's really good for, taurine is really good also for sarcopenia, so it's really important. So I've got him on a leucine supplement as well, to have occasionally, and basically he's just building up his muscles. You won't believe the strength that he's got for his age, 87. I say to people, grab his hands. He is fucking like a monster at 87. I can't believe how strong he is. If you grab his hands like that and pull, like his doctor or all that, they just freak out. You say, "How old are you, George?" They just freak out. He's like a fucking monster, and all he does is just brags and goes around and going, look at my fucking big muscles. He goes to these old ladies and stuff like that. God, no, Dad. Old Greek men that are not shy to show off. So he does that sort of stuff in that regard. But yes, he's a colourful character. Hello Kitty knows him. He knows he's always smiling. He's always a pleasure to be around. He's that sort of person. He's easygoing. Something that I've learned to learn in life, that don't worry about it. If it's in the past, leave it in the past and cruise on. But I would say important for your dad as well, especially with his heart condition, but also generally for sarcopenia. Really important. It's an amino transporter, so it actually helps reduce sarcopenia as well. So very important. Taurine, people don't realize it's. I could write 30 to 40 books on taurine. If I had the time to write, I could write massive amounts. It's so important in the body. It's unbelievable, how many things. I can't talk highly. I think some of the majority of degenerative diseases that happen in older age are because lack of taurine, dementia, Alzheimer's, because it prevents the glycation. It also prevents the sort of, the beta amyloid from twisting and becoming entangled. It prevents that entanglement from happening, so it's easy to clear out. So it's, you name it. I'd be basically supplementing leucine and taurine to people in old age homes. Those people would really, and vitamin D, those people would bounce back like there was no tomorrow. Yes, and minoquinone 4, because they probably need to get all that stuff out of their soft tissue, a lot of the calcification. So that'd be the four things that if you could only supplement and had 4 options. If you had only one option, one single option, you can still get because of its amino transporter, you can actually get more stuff in, more amino acids, and with amino acids comes more calcium as well in. So yeah, if I only had one option, it'd be probably that, and the second one would be basically vitamin D. But that one you can actually just put them out in the sun. You don't have to supplement them. But if you for a supplement, it'll definitely be taurine. So I had Dad on taurine before. It's only recently I put him on leucine. So just to see what it does to him in the next period of time. So can we get him? And he's telling me that he feels much even stronger than he felt last year. So interesting. So is he building up more muscle faster than before? Maybe. I suspect so. So yes. I'm going to ask his doctor to do a test on him to see what equivalent strength he has for his age so we can gauge exactly what all this is doing. Because it's important. You know, I sometimes joke, my brother Sean goes, so you're using your dad as an experimental animal. Yep, he's a great rodent. I just haven't managed to cage him yet to do other things on him. He just shakes his head and goes, "What?" So yes, but Dad is a proof of concept, and I've said to Dad, "Look, we're experimenting, and he goes, "I don't care. I trust you. You're my son. I know you. I know you've made me much healthier, and I'm much better than what I was. So." Yeah, I wouldn't do anything that would be endanger Dad. No way. If I'm not prepared to do it myself, I wouldn't do it with Dad. I love him too much to do that. But I can see him really progressing well. So I'm really happy that he's doing well. So, oops. Now, where was I? Why is it bouncing back up? Stop bouncing back up. Oh, God, this is frustrating. Now it's locked again. Unlock yourself. This is the only problem with Restream. On StreamYard, it runs. It locks. Now it's unlocked. So you have to leave it for a while and then you can scroll because it unlocks. It gets caught. Because it's got a little new message little thing. I don't know why you need it there. Obviously, it's right at the bottom. It's probably because you want to be able to click to go immediately. I have done that, but it interferes when you're actually scrolling through something. So that's a bit of a thing. I have to remind myself not to scroll down looking at. Yeah. Anyway, that's a mistake that I do sometimes. It's annoying. Oops. So it's all the other stuff that we were talking about. I'm going to scroll really fast through until I hit a question. Okay, everybody's experimenting with different doses. I do look at these things, don't you mind? And it's good to play around. I experiment as well and see what the effects are and stuff like that and get a bit of an idea. So it's important that we understand these things and play around. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, I just use creatine when I'm exercising. If I'm not exercising, I don't bother. I have done a creatine loading in the past, but I was doing quite a bit of exercise in that period. I'm not currently. bit on the lazy side at the moment. I need to get back into it. Currently, I can't motivate myself. So, just need to get myself back into it. I've heard Ekberg saying that farm salmon is forbidden in Australia. Is it really that bad? Nah, not really. I know people in the industry. Nah, a lot of it's bullshit. That red tinge that they put in, that's astaxanthin. It's actually got more astaxanthin than the natural ones to prevent them from going off. But yeah, they actually put it in the feed, astaxanthin additional. So it actually is, some of the actual farmed ones actually have got more astaxanthin in them, which is a potent antioxidant. So yeah, I think it's a bit overhyped. Where you may get a bit of change is in the fatty acid profile. But you know what? I don't give a shit. Because basically, as I've said, you need actually more arachidonic acid than DHA anyway. So that doesn't bother me one iota if there's a bit more, omega-6. Who cares? In an animal that actually has slightly more, plus has more astaxanthin to stabilize those fats, and it has one less double bond compared to, it's got two double bonds where omega-3s have got three double bonds. So what's more stable? So I wouldn't worry too much about it. People make far too much fuss about it. Probably the only issue would be what the source of the kibble was, or some that may be in it. So that's probably the biggest concern, and glyphosate. But otherwise, not really. No, we have farmed in Tasmania. We've got farmed salmon. We've got salmon farms down here. So he's wrong about, there may be some other states in Australia that may have restrictions on farmed salmon in certain areas because of tourism, or terms of the ecosystems may be protected. That's a different thing. But in where ecosystems are not, and down here we've got really deep cold water, which is very ideal for them, and you get less disease compared to the north. So Tasmanian salmon tends to be much better in terms of quality and all that farmed, because it's colder water. So yes, it is a bit different, and Ekberg needs to basically get himself a bit further educated about Australia before he makes generalised remarks. A lot of people make generalised remarks without being up to date on some of the stuff. What's wrong with just saying, I don't know? I say it all the time. You don't have to know everything. Yeah, in sort of those areas, yes, I'd agree. That sort of farm stuff in Asia, yeah, is very problematic, because there's a lot of pollution, water pollution, and a lot of, like, if you go off, Java or those areas, the amount of garbage, is quite, bad, and heavy metals and stuff like that from Thai industries and industries in Malaysia, where a lot of manufacturing happens. So yes, in those sort of waters, yes, I wouldn't be buying from those sort of waters. But if you're buying from Tasmania, pristine seas down here, it's from here down to the Antarctic, very cold, and it's usually all in the south. We've got all our farms. The majority are in the south, and yes, they are very, very, yes. And I've seen the marine leases for them, so I know exactly where they are. So yes, those waters are pretty pristine and pretty clear, so not an issue whatsoever. But yeah, and I know people in the industry, so I'm less concerned about the ones in Tasmania. Asia, I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. Even tuna, I don't buy it from there. I usually buy it from the Argentinians. So they fish there in colder waters, cleaner waters. So yes, in that regard. Yep, yep. all things, up and down, get gut in particular. People think it's bad or good. It's like you don't know the answer. Yep. 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 Yeah, if you get it from Northern Hemisphere, probably it is sardines and herring is wild caught and less problematic. And I basically get mine, my tuna, for instance, I get it wild caught, snap frozen, and I don't buy from Asia, which is farmed, and I don't basically buy salmon. I'm not a big salmon eater anyway. So, people, I know Hello Kitty buys salmon, but I'm not a big, I occasionally will have a bit of salmon, but I'm not a big salmon. I prefer sardines, herring, stuff like that more than anything else. The smaller fish, they tend to have also less toxins as well in them in the environment. The further up the food chain, the more they have. So I'd agree with you on that, Bjorn. I usually am a sardine person primarily. The occasional wild tuna, and I get hockey from New Zealand, which is pretty clean waters. It's wild caught. I get orange roughy from the Southern Ocean, which is wild caught as well. It is on the expensive side. It used to be cheap ass, but now it is quite expensive and stuff like that. So, the Southern Ocean is we're talking about pristine, really clean down here because there's no industrial pollution. That's the thing. So it makes a big difference. Yep. Oh, that's what we were saying before. Yep. Not a problem. Who doesn't love sardines? Sardines are great. And I just love them because you can actually my auntie used to cook a whole lot. And because she was using animal fats from the goats and like dairy fats and stuff like that, and sort of cooking them in that, and just would serve them up to us. They were little sardines from the lake that my father comes from in the mountainous region. You just go from the main road right down to the lake, his property. So does my uncles, and they have the one next to Dad's property is in the middle between the two. And they manage it now while we're overseas because there's nobody there to look after it, so they use it pretty much, but it still belongs to Dad. But on the other side, my auntie used to have this outdoor sort of traditional oven with which was basically the traditional wooden oven, and she used to cook all the small little sardine type things from the lake, and oh god, that was nice. Yeah, and then she'd put a bit of rosemary and stuff like that, and salt and pepper on them, and just a bit of lemon juice, and wonderful, crunchy and lemony, absolutely wonderful. I used to pig out when I was up there. Things that I miss. Very much so. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. They do. But also you need to have high selenium selenide to chelate those buggers, those heavy metals, and get them out of your system. So that helps as well. Yeah, mackerel's pretty good. We have down here because absolutely we used to fish. I haven't done much fishing in the last couple of years. Probably when was it? Probably about 3 years ago, I did any fishing. So due to COVID and all this sort of craziness at the moment, I've done absolutely zero fishing. Just too inconvenient with all the other stuff happening. But yeah, we used to go and catch quite a bit of mackerel. Beautiful. You just oven bake it. Oh, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. With you basically put a bone broth in as your water, and you basically just oven bake it, and you put rosemary and salt and pepper, and leave the skins on. You take all the bones out, and you basically fillets. They're all fillets. We used to cut them into fillets and just oven bake it, and then just um, when you bring it out, just put butter and let it melt. Leave it, wait, and then take it out and put it on a big platter, for a serving platter, and then put a whole lot of lemon juice over it. Oh, wonderful! Yes, yes. Yes, definitely eat the bones. They're so crunchy. Eat the whole lot. It's actually a full animal. You're actually having that is probably sardines is just the ultimate nose to tail, and eggs are more or less nose to tail as well, in a sense. It is basically a whole animal. Oops. Yep, very much, very much. Those oldies knew exactly. Yeah, look, I understand. Down here, they're not too expensive in that regard. They have recently become, because you could get them for about $1 each. So you've got a 6-pack for $6. So, or 12, like a dozen. But now, unfortunately, they've gone up to 3 times that, up to $3 each. So, and I think some are even selling them higher, which is really bloody annoying. But that's because I think it's just a supply chain at the moment with COVID and all that. There's not enough people going out, all that sort of stuff. So there's less supply. So yeah, some of these things have gone up. Some of the seafood, which is annoying. I'm paying a bit more than what I used to. So I did get some scallops, which were great, from Hello Kitty, one of her contacts. I was able to get them at a very good price. But normally it's, hard to get some of this sort of stuff. She's actually found a new supply now. I'm going to see about getting some oysters via that person. What I should have done is, should I get a few other bits of seafood? I just could have frozen it and used it whenever I wanted it. So, bit of a yeah, I just didn't think about it at the time. I should have, but basically didn't. So stuffed myself up in a sense. Yeah, herring is quite popular in Greece as well. It's arenga, as they call it. Okay, so where do you live, Hook Rider? Which latitude do you live in? Because sometimes certain hours of the day you don't get much in certain latitudes. It's just the angle of the sun's rays coming through the atmosphere that can be reflected in such a way where you don't get the right intensity in certain latitudes. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. Even though it's a sunny day, you're still not getting sufficient. It can be the case. But if you're closer to the tropics, or and you're not getting those levels, then there's something wrong. Maybe your cholesterol levels are very low. You're not getting enough cholesterol or synthesizing enough or whatever. I hope you're not taking a statin. So yeah, because that can actually impede your vitamin D levels as well. I think I did cover that today as well, in terms of some of the studies, in terms of the vitamin D levels and the current pandemic. Yes, all that stuff. The so-called pandemic. it'll be the end of the world, according to the crackpots. What's it do? Jonas von der Planet, the guy, was a raw Varund. He would leave meat in a jar for over a year to rot and then eat it. Okay, interesting. I've done raw meat as well in a jar. I've done basically different with different combinations of some probiotics that I've actually put in. So, I mean, raw meat is no different than cheese. It's fermented. It's fermented dairy. So, I mean, it's just some people have difficulty with things like that. Some don't, So, yeah, I'm not, but I'm not eating raw all the time either. Humans did acquire the ability, and you do get more nutrients. But as I said, there can be differences if people have got a bad gut and they can't absorb things very well and all that. Remember, chimps usually have a pH around 2.5 to 3. We have 1.5 to 1 to 1.5, which is very acidic. And so they can handle fresh raw meat, but cooked requires slightly lower acidity. So, I think this is because we started scavenging, and as a scavenger, we acquired lower pH, and then we could tolerate cooked meat when it came around later on, when we discovered fire 1.5 million years ago. So, yes. So basically to extract more nutrition, basically, in that regard. So, yeah, but I think he was a bit of on some issues, there's a bit of validity to what he was saying, but some stuff he was, yes, slightly off the reservation. And hello to you, Christina. Good to see you. What would I call? I was just going to say one other thing about him. He was basically an ex-vagoon that discovered, animal foods. So that's all there was, and it sort of realised the therapeutic effects of animal foods. Went from a raw one plant-based to the other direction. So yeah, it's not, it's a bit funny, but anyway, I think he got a lot of things wrong, but a number of things right by accident more than anything else. So what genes would be turned on? There's a lot of them. Over 1,200. I couldn't even remember half of them. A lot of them are in the brain, in certain tissue types, certain, they affect all sorts of things. They modulate the immune system, and there's large parts of them are in modulating directly in the immune system, or actually influencing and actually producing stem cells to produce certain immune factors, and also the T cells. Remember I did the actual recently about T cells? Yeah, basically vitamin D there is involved in creating the stem cells that create the T cells. So you name it, it does a lot in the brain as well. A lot of neurological functions require vitamin D. So it's endemic everywhere. In the heart itself, there's a lot of functions in the heart that require vitamin D to operate properly. So a lot of tissues, the eyes, the heart, you name it, there's genes and that express themselves in all tissue types throughout the body. There's 1,200. I'd be here for the next day or two going through the whole list. Very easy if you Google it. It'll give you all the genes that are affected. And if you go to Snippedia, SNPdia, which is the one which shows all the genes and all that. Yeah, if you go through that, it'll actually give you all the vitamin D dependent, direct genes. And then there's another website. There was a study that was done, I forget now, where it actually shows the entire list of genes that are turned on and off, and everything that we know they do, and others we have no idea what they do. We just know it does affect them, but we don't know exactly what they do because we haven't done the research yet. So there's a lot of other genes we've got absolutely no idea about. So yeah, we think we're masters of the universe and we know everything about the body, but yes, we don't even know everything that vitamin D does as a hormone in the body. And we think we know everything, don't we, Bert? Yes. Yes, our reductionism and our overconfidence that we understand things is what creates a lot of problems. Basically, everybody is. Yep. Pretty much everybody is. When you look at tribal people are between 40, 42. It was one measurement that was taken in one tribal group, up to 60 odd or more. That's where they are primarily. People out in the sun all day that have got very little covering in the equatorial regions usually have vitamin D levels of that sort. So when the majority of the population's got less than 30 nanograms, which is basically about 70, half what you've got, most people have, in terms of, about half the population, and the other half are deficient, completely deficient. So half the population is slightly mildly deficient and the rest are severely deficient. That's why we've got so many health problems as well, and derangements in all sorts of things. Osteoporosis, sarcopenia, all these things through the roof. They are also related to vitamin D and many other things as well. But so, yeah, it's endemic. We don't realize how much it is. And what do? They keep on changing the RDIs downwards. You know why? Because they always go for the average. And that's why they recommend only a small amount of vitamin D. Why? Because it only covers rickets, as if basically that's the only disease the visible disease. What a load of garbage. What about all the other thousands of genes that are affected? Are they unimportant? According to crackpots, they are. Yes, pretty much it is. Most people are very deficient. And that's another reason why we've got a lot of health problems. You take a look at every study that looks at cancer, whatever cancer, every single cancer in the body, there's an association or a correlation or even mechanistic proof of vitamin D relationship. I'll give you two well-known cancers, just two well-known. I think I've mentioned this before. One is breast cancer. The other is, in the past, if you go 50 years ago or 60 years ago, there was hardly any breast cancer. Now it's endemic. Wonder why? People didn't put cream on their hands to avoid the sun, and they weren't staying indoors. So breast cancer is one of them that I'll mention now, and the second one is prostate, another one that's actually exploded in numbers, prostate cancer. Both these type of cancers, there is an enzyme inside these in the prostate, and an enzyme inside the actual breast tissue that regulates cell proliferation. And guess what it is dependent? It's vitamin D dependent, with a secondary cofactor, retinol. But a primary cofactor for that enzyme to work is vitamin D. You'll get some retinol from the diet. But if you're deficient in vitamin D, the body will prioritize other, like the brain, the heart, and other key areas of the body, like the liver and all that, because if they fail those organs that need vitamin D, you're dead. and it's a lower priority, the prostate and the actual the breast tissue and things like that. Even if they're not functioning well, you're not dead. You know, you're not immediately dead. If your brain stops, you're dead. If your heart stops, you're dead. If your liver stops functioning, you're dead. These things are critical. They have first priority in terms of triage. When the body says, I've only got this amount of vitamin D, who am I going to give it to? I'm going to give it to the most critical organs that require it to prevent them from failing. Now, they may not get everything. The heart may not get enough, the liver may not get enough, and all that. And so you still may have slow decline of those organs or the misfunctioning of those organs, but eventually those organs will at some point, degrade too much, become too senescent, and eventually, hasta la vista, baby, it's all over, Red Rover, But generally speaking, um, you know, those two tissues are basically vitamin D dependent in terms of cell proliferation. So if you don't have enough, you can't control the cell division inside those tissues. And there's a potential, if there's too much senescent, too much damage, or you've got certain genetics or whatever, to be more vulnerable for cancer in those tissues. But if you've got those cells are regulated properly by these enzymes, then those enzymes are going to keep under control any proliferation that could be out of the normal range. That's important. It's a bit like the derangement of the immune system. Another one, that's the third one that's very big for most people. Cytokine storm. You get enough vitamin D to get into the receptors of the macrophage, and the macrophage don't go fucking spastic and kill you, like creating a massive cytokine effect that destroys most of your lungs, and you basically die from so much lung damage. So it helps to regulate and moderate the response. So yes, you feel sickly for a longer period of time, but eventually you recover. You're not killed because of unleashing out of control cytokine attack on your own body, which is like an autoimmune effect, this over cytokine response from the body. That's why it's so important to have a good level of vitamin D for so much. And that's just three things, let alone so many other pathologies and issues. And that's direct relationship because of the receptor sites that regulate those different areas. Other areas are more indirect, so, but it's still important, because if you don't have that, it's like having an enzyme without the cofactors. It's not going to work. It's like, for instance, you can take in a whole lot of metaquinone 4, you can take in a whole lot of retinol from animal fats and all that. If you're vitamin D deficient, how are you going to get the osteocalcin, basically, enzymes to work? Two of their main cofactors are vitamin D and retinol. They are the two main cofactors for your bones and your skeletal, for protecting you against sarcopenia and osteoporosis. So if you're vitamin D deficient, you can't actually provide the cofactors. And then even if you've got, because of the lack of the cofactors, even if the metaquinone 4 goes there, or any K2 goes there to activate those enzymes, they won't work properly because they don't have the other cofactor insufficient. So then you've got potentially something that, rather than actually working properly, may not work either suboptimally or in a deranged way, potentially. Depends on the enzymes and what the function, how well they're regulated. But things can go wacky as well. This is the reason why deficiencies can create a lot of problems and a lot of myriad problems and funny sort of effects, and you go, where is it coming from? But usually when people tell me about any sort of autoimmune type effect or whatever, immediately I go, vitamin D, you're deficient. Get your numbers checked. That'll be the first thing that I ever ask, because there's just so much research. Or somebody's got cancer and I go, have you checked your vitamin D levels? Because it's so important in terms of regulating cell proliferation. So it's an important factor. MMPs, matrix metalloproteinases, most degrading of collagen in the body and cells and stuff like that are because of the overexpression of matrix metalloproteinase from the liver. Well, if it's not regulated, it's MMPs are required as long as they're within a tight physiological range where they turn over collagen. But if there's too much of them, they tend to tear down collagen, bone, muscle, connective tissue, all this sort of stuff. So, what is driving some of this conditions? Well, these enzymes are not being regulated. And what are they? What are the two main? I mean, Menaquinone 4 does play a role, but the two main, fat-soluble vitamins that regulate these MMPs. I mean, even Paul Mason recently started talking about them. He's starting to pick up on that information because nobody's talking about it. I've been talking about it for ages. Since I met Bart, I've been talking about MMPs. And basically the two key fat-soluble vitamins, vitamin retinol and vitamin D. And people wonder why they have connective tissue problems and all sorts of issues. Well, have you checked your vitamin D levels, my dears? Maybe that's your problem and not the collagen supplement you're taking, which is a waste of time. So, yes, very important. That's why I often about those sort of things. Oh, look, it depends on a lot of factors. Some things, some people eat and get some sources, can eat heavily and get some sources. There's a lot of factors that are at play. Some people are better. They have genes. There are actual genes that actually are better at converting, at basically producing vitamin D than other people. So there are a lot of varied factors. There are actually vitamin D genes that depend on how well you can convert and utilize certain sources, plus even from the sun, synthesize. So some people are better than others. So there are a whole lot of different. There are genetics. If you go in Snippedia, you can find the genetics and check whether you've got the genetics for good conversion or poor conversion or whatever. So there's that factor as well. There's a myriad of factors that can be at play. It's not that simple. So it's the reason why I do recommend people do genetic tests so they know some of these things, and go to Snippedia and check their own stuff to find out exactly where they are, and in that way it may elucidate or explain to them why they're doing certain things and they're not getting the same levels as somebody else that's doing exactly the same thing. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, as I said, it depends on where people are starting from. If people are quite deficient, I usually start them on 10,000 IUs every day for a whole year. And then I get them checked again. And if they're in a good normal range, then I get them back to 5,000 IUs. So it depends where they are, what levels they are. It all really depends. Here's a bit weird. I mean, you will absorb in that tissue type. Don't get me wrong, you will absorb, but yeah. Anyway, the end of the day, it's the stored form. Just because you're absorbing, it doesn't matter which tissue. So if it's from your ball sack, or it's from your skin, or it's from your face, or whatever, the actual vitamin D, that vitamin D is coming in, and that vitamin D goes into storage. Okay? It gets converted in the liver to 25-OHD by putting a hydroxyl group on. Simple as that. And it gets stored as 25-OHD. Then it actually gets sent to the kidneys, where it gets converted to 125 when it's required. The amount of free floating vitamin D is very small. It's about 3%. It only ramps up when, let's say, you've got a pathogen that comes in and your immune system activates. Then that stored stuff, if you've got good stored levels, will go straight to the kidneys, get converted to 125 OHD, sent directly. Now, the only benefit that he's getting on those down there is the infrared. So it's actually it's not the vitamin D. It's actually the infrared that is actually on the actual skin and the subdermis of those different areas can be improved by the infrared. It has sort of a benefit, a health benefit, and a therapeutic benefit. Near infrared light is basically healing. So yes, it can have a benefit. So if any benefit is coming from that, it's really the near infrared, not the vitamin D, because that still needs to be converted in the liver from wherever it's been acquired. It doesn't matter. So yeah, it's more nonsense. Different day from Frankie. Yes. Never ending story. The people have got such crackpot ideas because they don't understand physiology. Again, another Mickey Mouse mistake from Frankie. What was that? What did Christina say? At this point, our doctor doesn't check our vitamin D levels. Not joking. Well, ridiculous. Yeah, I know they're all like that. Bloody, they drive me up the wall. I'm still waiting for my kit to turn up. Christina, I'm waiting for my kit to turn up. I bought 4 kits from the UK for $27 each. When they get here, I'm going to be basically, let's say, manipulating my doctor, who luckily is a friend, and I'm going to get a test done, and then I'm going to take one of the kits with me, and I'm going to test myself right after, and then do a comparison to see how it works, how good it is compared to the actual test that you do. You know, can somebody get Christina showing? I'll have to do that. Anyway, yes, you mentioned there the obvious, that one down there, Christina, you bad girl. And so I should have information. And if that actually the difference between the actual test and this test kit, the self-test kit you can do at home, is very similar, I'm going to recommend it. It's a French company that owns the business, but they market it out of the UK. So if basically I had to do a background check on them to make sure they weren't dodgy before I handed my money over, but I did do it through PayPal, so it wasn't an issue. Yeah, it was really interesting. It'll be really interesting, if that pans out, because then anybody can get their own kit and check their own selves without having to bother, because in some countries it's really freaking hard to basically get the test. So, yeah, I hope it actually is good and works. If it really works, it's going to be fantastic for everyone, because they'll be able to check. You'll be able to check your own. $27, is pretty cheap. So buy yourself a couple of kits and you can check yourself and make sure, see before and after effects, and see where you are without having to bother with doctors and clinics and all that sort of stuff, and putting up with their sort of requirements and tick here and tick there and put your nappy on and whatever else. Exactly. Exhibitionism. But that's normal for you, Richard. It's in your nature. You're outdoorsy with your animal friends. You should be uber high. It's more on the other stuff that we were talking about. Yep. Yeah. Again, a lot of the studies are very flawed, as I pointed out in my first live stream. Again, statins and enough cholesterol, because all the actual hormones are actually cholesterol derived. Without cholesterol, you can't produce them. Simple as that, or not enough anyway. So if you don't have any cholesterol, you're dead anyway. But that's another point in itself. Oops. G'day, Fluffy Robo. Good to see you. Thank you for the wishes for 2022 and to all our friends here. Appreciate it. Yes. Oh, yes, Roy. Yes, and the man himself. Yes, the man on the front line. That's vitamin D sub. Harry. Coconut oil. That's the one that I get. Yep, that's fine. That one. Yep, that's the sports research. That is exactly it. That's the one that I get. It also has, I believe, bovine gelatin and stuff like that. Glycerin water, and it's fairly innocuous. There's nothing dangerous about it. And coconut oil is fine. It's a good saturated fat. So yes. Yeah, that's the thorn one. Okay, that's on iHerb as well. Let me just see whether it's on my iHerb, because always that's a bloody case. Sometimes iHerb, the Australian sort of link, doesn't always have it. So let's see. Does it have it? Oh, yes, it does. Just doesn't have enough. Vitamin D. That's the only problem. Got to take quite a bit in that. How many drops do you have to take? So if you were to get, what is it, two drops for 1,000? God, that's a lot of drops. So you get 5 times that is 10 drops. Oops. And the 205. So you get a 1 milligram. So you actually get 1 milligram of vitamin K2, which is fine in that regard. So if you take basically, for most people, that would be, if you ate a lot of meat, you'd get about 1 milligram or a bit more of vitamin K2. Depending on which animal foods you ate, you'd get more. Like if it was a bird type, like duck or whatever else, would have more vitamin K2. So that's but you have to take literally, hold on, how many does it? 10 drops to get the 5,000 IUs, and 10 drops to get the 1 milligram of vitamin K2, the menaquinone. So how many? Let me just go. How many is it? Serving per container 600. So if you got 6, so that's about 2 months. If I'm hold on, that's per serving. So it's so 2 drops. Yeah. So if you're taking, I'm confusing myself. Hold on. Okay, 30 days times 2 is 60. Yes, and 10 times 600. So it's 30 days. So this would be 30 days in terms of drops for $42. Yeah, you'd have to do a bit of a comparison with the other supplements to see the pricing. Anyway, it's probably very close. They're not much different. And the other one's the Carlson one. Yeah, that's the one that I usually recommend for people that are just got general issues, or when they're calcifying themselves. If you do look at my video about calcification, that's going to be in the next video that I do on cardiovascular. And the other one, the high dose, is for later stuff when you've stabilized your atheroma, your angina, so you're not decalcifying at the wrong stage. We don't want to do that. Definitely not in that regard. So I'm going to run through this because I realise I'm so behind. And unless there's a really big question that I have to really answer in that regard. Everybody's just talking about their own thing. Ah, yes. Thanks, mate. We covered the heating thing and the fluids. Covered all that. And what's Jonathan? Phoenix. I use Phoenix supplements. Okay. Everybody's got their own. I don't know whether we can get Phoenix supplements in down here. That's the calcium one that I use currently. But I was using the other one, the advanced orthomolecular, when I was decalcifying big time. Now I just use the other one as a higher dose for any sort of end of stuff that I'm clearing out. I always put everybody's up because there's always the issue that, with fish oil, aldehydes, very dodgy. Primary and secondary oxidative products, very problematic. Got to crash out. That's okay. See ya. Yeah, late at your end, you've been burning the midnight oil for a whole week, hasn't he? Richard has. Yeah. Still, I wouldn't bother. I'd stick to real fish if you can get it. And in ruminant animals, you get enough. Most people get more than enough. Have a few eggs, you'll get more than enough that you need. Yep. Yeah, and I get if I've actually used anything, I've used basically the Rosetta cod liver oil. So that's what I've used in the past. And I sort of only do it in winter, pretty much. So I don't excessively do it. It's because I usually take a bit higher vitamin D. That's why I usually balance it out with a bit of extra retinol, plus it's got a bit of vitamin D, plus because there's less. I usually don't eat. Fish is more nicer in summer, so I usually will. And so I only do probably about 3 months. That's it of Rosetta. That's about it. Cod liver oil, generally speaking. And I'm supplementing with vitamin D and menaquinone 4 as well. And that was the earlier stuff that I covered with about the walking. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is what kills most athletes. I think it's criminal that that basically the physiologists or the nutritionists or the people that are actually managing these athletes are completely unaware of the literature that, good high doses of people that are doing a lot of cardio, and it is criminal for these people to not be aware of the risk of left ventricular hypertrophy in terms of the heart remodeling that happens. They know that it's a problem in that arena. Why aren't they basically up to date with why are they so ignorant about the literature? It's quite clear. You put in enough taurine. If you're doing that sort of level, I'd be on, anywhere between 3 and 5 grams when I'm in my exercise period. And that will basically, one, it actually improves your performance as well. And it's really good at basically for your body, but it also protects your heart. So it's beyond me why they're not doing it. And it also reduces muscle cramps and all this because it's an osmolyte, it regulates your electrolytes. So it's beyond me why they're not doing it, why they're not up to date. I mean, they pay these people a lot of money, but they're still bloody ignorant. That's all I can say. That's my little moaning about it. No, they didn't take it all. Stuff like that. Look, it doesn't really deplete. There's very little that gets depleted. Magnesium actually gets recycled at the kidneys. Most people don't know that it's not only uric acid, not only sodium, not only that, but also magnesium and some potassium can get recycled at the. So that's why there's a certain level that gets removed. So no, it's not a problem whatsoever. If you go back when people were eating more of an animal-based diet and they had better regulated with an osmolyte, because people back in the 60s, 2/3 of their food was coming from animal foods. They had good taurine levels to regulate their electrolytes. They never had these problems. Do you know anybody back then that basically required this? They used to be much heavier smokers and coffee drinkers back then. Nah, it's another one of those myths out there, DC. It's pretty much the modern day diet, the modern day 70% plus kibble diet is really the problem of all these derangements and all that. You go back to animal foods, you don't get these situations. Like they didn't get them in the 50s or 60s and all that. And these people were going out in the sun and working their asses off and sweating their asses off like my father was and all that as a Boilermaker welder. So he didn't need bloody magnesium. He wasn't being magnesium depleted, but he ate plenty of meat. People back then ate a lot of dairy and meat. They didn't have the problem. How come all of a sudden everybody's getting cramps and everybody needs magnesium and all that? It's because they're not getting enough, and they're not basically getting in the right form, in animal form, and they're not basically, getting enough taurine to regulate all the electrolytes in their body. That's where their calcium is deranged, their magnesium is deranged, their potassium is deranged, their sodium is deranged. Everything is deranged in their body because of lack. And then they're putting so many plants that are so high in oxalates and other anti-nutrients that are depleting their sulfur levels. And their sulfur levels are so much in the toilet, a lot of these people, that's why they're so unhealthy. And that's why their blood pressure is all over the place and all these derangements. That's why it wasn't back in the 50s and 60s when before we had a lot of refrigeration, 2/3 came from animal foods, our nutrition, only 1/3 from plants, and it was seasonal primarily. Now it's all year round and it's 70+%. The coffee's the problem? Don't think so. I think it's the fucking kibble diet on steroids that's a problem. So And a lot of the low carb eaters that are eating a whole lot of vegetables and stuff like that, and going, oh, it's you need to manage your electrolytes. You need to take this and this supplement and this supplement and all that. I mean, fucking deranged idiots. You need fucking more meat. Just eat a fucking steak and stop complaining about too much protein from animal foods. God almighty. Fucking pisses me off completely. Everybody's got an electrolyte issue in the low carb community, obviously because they're not eating enough meat to regulate their electrolytes with taurine. God, they're so ignorant they are about all these things, you know? Yes. But that's what happens, unfortunately. Exactly. Precisely. Yes. I enjoy coffee. Better finish my milk. It's getting too late. All done. Exactly. It's more of a ritual. Exactly. Not, yeah, exactly. Greece, very heavy coffee drinkers. It's the reason why we're very good at, methylating it out. Sorry, getting rid of it, reducing it, clearing it out of our system. the caffeine, that is. Yeah, it's just bloody crazy. Yes, yes, Christina, yes. I'm deranged. Yes. It's these vegetable lunatics that are deranging me. Do you subscribe to Bobby's Perspective? Yes, I do. Um, Look, I don't disagree with everything that Bobby says, but I do agree about the misanthropy that exists in the world and all that sort of stuff. And, we do have the same faith. We're both Greek, we're both Orthodox, and we share a few common things in the way we see this post-human sort of bizarre demonic society that some people are creating or trying to create, this post-humanist misanthropic society. Yes, we're quite concerned about that, our freedoms and the injustices of this world and the lunacy of this world. But there's probably a few things that I disagree with him. But generally speaking, we all disagree with something. You guys have probably even disagree with a few of my thoughts. That's just normal. But no, his heart's in the right place on a lot of things. Just to clarify, I like to clarify why I support certain people. I think there's also his language is Balkan language, and he's translating slightly from because he has the same when you hear him actually speak German, he does something similar. And so, because he's translating in many cases, he's not a native speaker. Like I'm a native speaker in English, I'm a native speaker in Greek. I'm bilingual, but fluent and native in both languages because I grew up in both languages. So for me, it's natural. When I'm speaking Greek, I'm in a Greek mode. When I'm speaking English, I'm in an English mode. I flip from one or the other. So I'm not basically, I'm really in a different mode in that regard, where he's actually trying to, and so he's probably he's got a style where you can see there's a bit of a translation. I know it because I know from my own parents, or well, one of my parents' mums passed away, but from other relatives, how they I know the style because there's a bit of translation that happens, so it may be more that. I don't think he's trying to basically go. He's not. I don't see him doing a lot of that. Personally, but I mean, different people have different perspective, Robert, the way they view people. But that's how he comes across to me anyway. Get your bitty, tuck yourself in, my dear. Tuck yourself in. Goodbye. Thanks for being here, and Happy New Year as well. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Basically. Yeah. Most of them basically are doing like then the low carb and the in many of them are basically fearing your requirements for in a low carb state and all that goes up. Your requirements actually really go up, and also you need unless you've actually upregulated your antidiuretic hormones, your sodium requirements go up as well. And so most people don't realize, but heart rate very much is a big problem in the low carb and community from not consuming enough salt and drinking too much water, which actually flushes out sodium, which they can't hold on to very well. And it basically makes it very difficult for taurine, even if you get enough, to regulate the damn stuff. And that's the biggest problem. See, you don't have the problem on a SAD diet because SAD diet actually has water retentive because of the high insulin. It will retain more water. And so it's harder to lose water. That's why people on a, they don't have this problem to the same. But on a SAD diet, if they go very low sodium, then they do have this problem. Then they actually get this really high heart rate, and they really get their legs start bloating out and all that. You see that? That's when somebody's doing a SAD diet with a lot of low sodium. That can happen as well. You actually get even higher water retention. You get even more water not being bound to basically salt, to basically pull it together to reduce its volume in a sense. So that's another problem with a SAD diet. But in the low carb, it's the other opposite thing. They can't retain, and they have this problem with a high potential high heart rate because of not enough sodium, which is another issue. And also basically cortisol as well. Cortisol, if you consume enough salt, cortisol comes down. So does your heart rate. So again, a lot of these things, and then basically the lack of regulation of these electrolytes is the other thing that can actually cause elevated heart rate or derangements in sort of this sort of state, like due again because of lack of sufficient taurine, because they're doing something like in the low carb community, they tend to do about, at most 20%, at worst about 15%. Everybody's basically about the ketones. Everybody's basically about getting their fat right up there, 85% or whatever. It's just crazy. Chasing ketones, which is madness. That's not the purpose of a low carb diet, but that's what it's become. It's like a gospel. More fat, less protein. More fat, less protein. That's all they say. But when you eat a species-appropriate diet, you look at tribal people, what are they doing? They're eating shitloads. You see even the Inuit cutting a whole lot of meat and handing it to their kids. They're not scared of meat. They know it's good for you. And they don't have these problems because they're getting enough taurine to regulate the heart. What is the organ with the highest amount of taurine in the body? It's the heart, isn't it? It's the heart, my dears. It's the heart. So if you're not getting enough taurine, Just choked. And some water bounced off me. Fantastic. And basically, what's the thing that the organ that needs the majority? It's the heart, my dears. It's the heart. And so when people don't, and the other one is CoQ10. And which are the highest sources of CoQ10 and taurine? It's meat after all, isn't it? So people are not having enough meat. I wonder why the heart isn't working as efficient. I mean, there's some sad dieters out there that are eating more meat than the low carb people. It's, I mean, yes, they're eating tubers and other shit and engaging the Randall cycle and putting on a bit of fat, but they're actually got probably healthier hearts than basically some of the low carb people or some of the carnivore people that are too scared of protein as well. Chasing ketones again. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird what people do. And you look at tribal people cutting all this meat and eating it, like there's no tomorrow, and everybody's scared of meat. Yes, but they're not scared of basically having fat bombs. Let's have a fat bomb. Oh, another coffee with a fat bomb. Let's use a diuretic and remove as much taurine as possible from the diet. And yeah, whatever. They are weird. I was in that community for a while and realised how weird and how wrong they were on so many issues. So, yes, I moved away. It's a waste of time. Metaquinone 7 in a third of the population can't even be converted. So you may be able to activate osteocalcin type enzymes but you won't be able to do anything else. And it will remain in the bloodstream, and it could potentially become a pro-oxidant. Not very good. Things in the body either get stored, like iron and stuff like that. They get either stored or used. Not a good thing for them to circulate in the bloodstream for too long. And people tout, MK7 is in the bloodstream for so long. Not a good thing if it's not stored, and if it's not basically, because you can only store metaquinone 4 as a fat-soluble vitamin. You cannot store metaquinone 7. You've got to convert it to metaquinone 4. All the metaquinones get converted to metaquinone 4. It's the human form. It's the mammalian. All the mammals use metaquinone 4, and including the dinosaurs, because all the birds who are descended from dinosaurs have even higher amounts. That's why they have very sophisticated collagen structures and very well-regulated musculoskeletal structures because of the extra metaquinone 7. So you want good musculoskeletal structure? Metaquinone 7 is the magic stuff, and it directly interacts with the genes. Yes, with the genes, with the genome of the body. No other metaquinone does that. So that's the stuff. That's the animal stuff, and that's the magic stuff. Oh, God. Choke. Gin. Usually buy king salmon from New Zealand. Tastes. Yeah. It's very clean waters down in New Zealand and Tasmania. So southern Australia, so to speak. Yes, we're close to the Antarctic. Never tried it, since we've got better stuff down here. I'm going to tout the Australian stuff, better stuff down here. And to my dear friends across the pond in New Zealand, they've got good stuff as well. We're brotherly, even though we take the piss out of each other. Yes. Yes, we have great wild cod down here and scallops as well. I bet it is. It's cheaper down here because we're close to the source. That's the only reason. It's on the mainland. Once it leaves Tasmania, it gets quite expensive. It can be double the price in some mainland places, and overseas it can even be more. Let's go ice fishing. Christina. We should send you up with the Inuit. You'd have a ball of a time up there for a month. As long as we sent you to the tribal ones, not the other ones in the cities, they're actually eating kibble and quite sick. Traditional Hungarian Christmas dinner is a spicy fish soup made of a variety of sweetwater fish. Okay, interesting. There you go. Hmm. What sort of spices do you put in your stuff, Christina? That'd be interesting. I think Christina, didn't you move to can't remember now, the Netherlands or Sydney? You should be down on Bondi Beach, mate, getting a suntan every day. Yeah, they do. They do. Yep. I think that's one of Laszlo Boris's very favourite ones. Is he's the Lodoterium guy at UCLA. Farmed oysters. I buy oysters from Mirambulla. Yeah, we've got farmed oysters down here in Tasmania. That's what I get them, but the waters here are pretty clean. We did have an outbreak of some disease which really stuffed it up recently, but that was only in one area, so they contained it luckily. But, there's always a risk with when you're farming of any sort. High cholesterol doctor wants me to see a cardiologist. I'm 31. Laugh out loud. Yep, whatever, It's nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. The moment you go high, there was I need to do a video on this because everybody talks about it and all that. And I think I need to cover this properly. It's an energy system. If you're eating a certain way, it can be in different boats. If you're eating in another way, it can be in different boats. So, and there is also genetics. I've actually done the ApoE. If you go to my playlist, I actually cover this with the ApoE phenotype to explain this. Some people are hyper responders. If you go to my playlist and you find the playlist, which is the one with Pim Johnson, Bart Kay's a partner. I actually did my first video. I cover, no, sorry, not the first, the second one. Second or can't remember now. I've done four with her, 5. I can't remember now. But one of the videos is called ApoE, and it covers the exact information that explains why some people do have higher cholesterol than others. But also when you're on a low carbohydrate diet, you tend to have higher because you're actually pushing out far more VLDL, fats, triglycerides you're boating out because you've got less sugar. So as a consequence, when you actually use up that energy quite quickly, what you're left over is more basically LDL. So, and when you're in a lower inflamed state, in a low carbohydrate state, you're going to have more, because whenever you export VLDL, there's triglycerides and a small proportion of cholesterol that goes with it. Now, it may be used, it may not. If it's not used, it will get recycled. But cholesterol is cholesterol, whether it's in HDL or LDL or VLDL or IDL or anything, any one of these lipids, lipoproteins, it's irrelevant. But depending on how you're eating, you'll end up with more in different ones. And when they measure those and estimate those, they're concluding, but it's irrelevant because cholesterol is cholesterol. It's a waxy material, a waxy fatty material. It doesn't matter whether it's an HDL, LDL, VLDL, IDL, or whatever. It's cholesterol. It's either esterified That means fatty acids are connected to it, and it's only those fatty acids that are connected to it in an esterified way that can be oxidized, but only the ones that come from seed oils. The studies were done back in the 80s. They know exactly what it caused, and they didn't make a big issue of it because they knew they couldn't change the food supply. And these people said, because we can't change the food supply, we can't reduce the amount of oxidized, damaged esterification inside the LDL, we will recommend a reduction of circulating LDL to avoid basically more cardiovascular problems, rather than saying get rid of the seed oils and telling the whole industry you guys are killing people and telling the truth. They covered it up and basically told people to basically get on statins without considering all the ramifications of affecting coenzyme Q10 and cholesterol that affects all the steroid hormones, including vitamin D. And then they wonder why people are so sick. And the LA veteran study actually showed after 7 years, what did they see? An increase in cancer rates. That's what they saw, because vitamin D is essential for regulating and preventing cell proliferation in all tissues, but primarily in certain tissues more than others. And it's either a primary or secondary cofactor, depending on which tissue types. So you wonder why then? There's so much literature, thousands and thousands of studies showing association, because these people are crackpots, or reductionist crackpots that have basically looked at research in the wrong way, did not understand what it was saying, and ignored a lot of that, the proper research, and just look at epidemiology, which is junk science, and concluded that basically it's a problem when it's not. It's never been in the past. It only became a problem with seed oils. If you go back in the history, the early stages of seed oils, there was no cardiovascular disease, hardly any. It was only the rich people that were eating a lot of sugar, that were wealthy, could afford sugar, that were getting cardiovascular disease, like in ancient Egypt, where they were doing a high carbohydrate diet. But when this stuff got into the food supply, and it was a cheap oil that replaced, especially through the Great Depression, replaced a lot of the animal fats, that's when, by the 1950s, we had gone from 3,000 people in 1930s to basically 500,000. The diet hadn't changed a lot at all. After the Great Depression, in the 1950s, there were 500,000 people with cardiovascular disease. That's an exposure to something. Your genetics don't change that quickly. You're exposing the body to something. Now, all the other foods, because we didn't have refrigeration back then, 1950s and 60s, there wasn't much refrigeration. It was the time when we just started, after the World War, to start building cars and refrigerators and all that. There wasn't much refrigeration. So there was still seasonal starch. And still the majority of the food, 2/3, were coming from animal foods. The only thing that was introduced in the last 100 years from the late 19th century was seed oils. And if you take a look at everything, you take a look at the atlases of eyes of people, no problems. Then seed oils appear on the scene. You basically get macular degeneration. All the disease, strokes, macular degeneration, cancer, you name it, starts going up as in lockstep with seed oils. That's the real story. And I've actually discussed that in some of these earlier discussions and videos that I did, my chats with Bart. If you go back and look at those early chats with Bart that I did, you'll actually see, because I talk about my own history, my own cardiovascular history and all that, and go all through that sort of stuff. You'll get very insightful. Not many people have seen those early videos of mine, but you will actually get a very insight on what really has been going on and the nefarious things that have been happening in industry and all that. So, yes. But unfortunately, most people are unaware of this sort of stuff because it's been well suppressed. Even Ansel Keys's study that he was involved in, they kept the information hidden away for about nearly 2 decades. Absolute. And when they found out, and when they were asked, and they basically said, "Oh, well, it didn't actually come out as we expected." Well, they couldn't fabricate it enough to alter it. Even after they'd massaged the numbers slightly, it still didn't come out the way they wanted it. But the raw data actually showed completely the opposite. The more saturated fat, the less problems. Just, what can one friggin' say these people basically live off the misery of others, unfortunately. Yes. It's very unfortunate, but that's pisses me off no end. Anyway, guys, I thought I'd actually catch up. But it's 4 hours and it's 10 o'clock, and I'm about to pull the pin on you all. In that regard, I'm going to quickly just go through this and see if anything is of real hot interest. And I'm not seeing anything that jumps at me that needs to be like a really nuanced thing, so I can go for another half an hour. But if you haven't excited me, you've only got yourself to blame. Yes, so yes, ups syndrome. Yes, Monday. Yes, I had a break yesterday. After all, it is New Year's Eve and stuff like that. And today's a public holiday in Australia, so so in that regard, well, for most of us anyway, it's a bank holiday as well and all that sort of stuff. So, but I don't go to work tomorrow anyway, because basically I'm on leave for a while. Yeah, Saturday's nothing like prison food. Yummy stuff. Yummy. Eat your kibble, you bad, bad people. Oh, you'll have to wait and find out, won't you? PCAK9 inhibitors. That's not a supplement. That's a that's a killer of your mitochondria. If you want to die quickly, Shell's here. G'day, Shell. You're late. You probably just got up, dragged yourself out of bed, my dear. Fair enough. I'm about to pull the pin, Shell. I'm about to pull the pin. So I'm just waltzing through these quickly so I can get to the bottom. So I can say, I did get to the bottom. In that regard. So I'm not answering anything. I'm just putting them up. And unless there's something really, really exceptional that needs to be explained, it has to be exceptional. You're welcome, Christina. Thank you. Yes, nothing like a good sausage. Dodgy than voodoo. Yes. Voodoo magic, my dears. Yes, that's what they do in crack pottery, in the realm of crack pottery. Yes, a lot of voodoo magic. Yes, I remember seeing there was an old show or video years ago that actually talked about sort of the complacency of researchers to fall into crack pottery, and they really talked. This was back, in the 40s or 50s. I can't remember. This was a real one of those early shows on TV when TV first came out. And they had some sort of show which somebody was just talking about the importance of integrity, of doing things right and measuring things and double checking and making sure somebody else had validated what you'd actually recorded. G'day, Robert. That you got it right and didn't do anything dodgy. So yes. So it was a really interesting. Yes. I wonder why nowadays in this more corrupt period that we exist in, nobody does that anymore. Yes, it's very, very poor in that regard. So, yes, thank you as well for being here. And because without you guys being here, we wouldn't have a show. I'd be talking to myself. So, yes, so pretty much I think it's really important that we remind people around us, because we get a lot of flack, and actually, and I'll tell you why, and I got to the bottom. Right there. You're welcome, mate. And thanks. Appreciate it. And Tony Hiller had something today And let me try and find it. I'll have to find it from my history stuff, where I've actually got it in that regard. So let me find it. Yes, goodbye all. So my history. And trends in scientific fraud. This was done later in the 80s, this thing, but I'll just post it. So I'll just put it on the screen for a sec. So basically, this is the video here. So Tony Heller, trends in scientific fraud. He touches all on this climate bullshit and whatever else and stuff like that. So, but I won't actually go into it in that regard, but I will put that in people to check it out themselves. So that come through? Yes, it did. So that will give you an insight into the scientific integrity and how corruption, and actually the first corruption actually happened in the people that were in the physiology and the sort of in the human sciences, which covers medicine and basically medicine and nutrition. And it's not surprising that those areas got corrupted first because they were so close to industry. And as the other parts of the other areas got close to industry and more money orientated, they also got to some extent corrupted by vested interests and stuff like that. So go and check that, and subscribe to Tony Heller. He's pretty good. He exposes some of this nonsense, rancid nonsense that a lot of, and he needs the support because he's been heavily demonetized, heavily attacked. It's beyond a joke to say. Yeah, exactly. Wrapping up then. Yeah, exactly. Me, sure. It's always a bit of a long-winded wrap up. you know, it's probably a Greek thing, and probably UAE Biff probably could have attest. It's very much Middle Easterns as well. We sort of will talk our way out of the company of others. We'll sort of all the salutations and sort of the greetings and the kisses, all that sort of stuff. And we don't just leave and just say goodbye and go. There's a bit involved. It's a sort of and it's a social grace as it comes from our culture. So yes, so I do have that tendency, yes, and take my time. But you enjoy that extra company of mine. Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely. He's a top bloke. He actually exposes the crackpots for the crackpots that they are. And yes, they need all the exposure for people to basically realize that we've been. I would go to somebody like Mary Ruddock in that regard. So you can check my sort of stuff. For gut stuff, taurine is really important. And getting fiber completely out is really important. No indiscretions in that regard. Should have my video shortly this week, hopefully, out, and you'll know what I mean when you see it. What's driving it in the beginning, and so things that we can do. Anyway, yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Yes, I just want to. What do they say? Get to the bottom. Get to the bottom. Get to the chopper, or get to the bottom. In my case, yes. In that regard, and yeah, Troy, good to see you, mate. You're late. I'm about to finish it, so you can start from the beginning if you feel like it, or maybe you get heading to bed anyway. So and at the bottom. So thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks, Alex. You got back. Exactly. Fiber out. And you'll realize how taurine is really important, how animal products are really important, and how fiber is the devil incarnate. When you see this video, you'll realize why it's so contraindicated like hell. God, Lemmy, thanks, mate. Popped in right at the end. Dave, good to see you as well, mate. Happy New Year as well. And yeah, Happy New Year as well. Thanks, Lemmy. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Do check the previous stream as well. Ness, I do really go into the dynamics of because Elizabeth from Mexico, she asked me all these questions, and I, when gluconeogenesis, all these sort of things about the dynamics about the lipids and the sort of all these sort of things, electrolytes and all sorts of stuff that comes up in about the dynamics that are happening in the energy flow within the system, and what's insulin resistance or what isn't, what's peripheral resistance, the differences and all that. So I go into a lot of this sort of stuff that probably should have been in a video, but I go into a lot of that sort of stuff. So do check that other live stream. You'll find it very interesting. A lot of you will, if you haven't seen it as yet, believe me. So do check it out. You'll get a lot of insights on, and some of the stuff that I say will make a lot of sense. So, yep, I do appreciate everybody being here. Happy New Year to everyone. I hope our dear friend Omicron basically let him rip through the entire world and give us herd immunity. That's all I can say. Just is benign, just gives you a bit of a respiratory in the bronchial tissue. So we need him to basically free us from these lunatic governments and censor lunatics that are around. Anyway, thanks guys for being here. Funny thing about Tony Hiller is that it snows heavily wherever he goes. I think that's a bit part of the comedy, that he basically takes the piss out of these crackpots that make out that he goes, well, they say that this area is basically like this, and they go, well, look, it's not the case. Not the case at all. Yes, taurine helps to clear gallbladder. Exactly. It emulsifies and helps the proper bile flow, which is critical to cleaning out the small intestine, because that's what bile does. It cleanses out and only leaves certain types of acid-loving bacteria like the Reuteri and all that tend to basically deal with the pathogens as well and clear out with the bile. And they tend to be, because they're acid-loving, they tend to survive and do the job. And that's why people don't have gut problems when they have the right gut microbiome plus good bile flow to prevent the other stuff from getting into the gut. Exactly. Thank you for pointing that out, Alex. See you, mate, and thanks. Take care, everyone. See you. Please hit the like button on your way out. So, and please share. And if you, have any friends, encourage them to subscribe and check out my stuff. Anyway, take care. Happy New Year to everyone, and I've really enjoyed the New Year's live stream. It's been pretty good. It's a bit unusual being on a different day. We'll be back to the usual day next week, so we're back to normal. And then towards the end of the week, I'll probably initiate another live Zoom for about 24 or 48 hours. I haven't decided yet, but it will be announced sometime in midweek for that. So keep an eye out on some community posts that will come out on that. So, yep. Take care. See you guys. Good night or good day, wherever you are.